Hello all, my name is Krish Naik and welcome to my YouTube channel. So guys, from past 2 to 3 years, I've seen many people making successful career transition stories into data science. And now they are working as a data scientist, some are working as a lead data scientist, and they are probably coming from different backgrounds altogether. Now, one very important thing that I've actually observed from all the data science interviews, they specifically ask more about the end-to-end data science project or end-to-end machine learning projects, where they really want to know that how you have probably implemented, what are the best practices you have actually followed, along with deployments and probably CI/CD pipelines and MLOps activities. So considering this is probably a video, one-shot video wherein I'll be developing an end-to-end machine learning project with deployment, making sure that I'll deploy this in AWS cloud. Along with this, we'll also try to focus on what are the best practices, what modular structure of coding we should basically write, how we can use object-oriented programming with respect to Python, with respect to model training, EDA, feature engineering, and then probably hyperparameter tuning the model. We will probably do all these things, and we'll also focus on creating an end-to-end project in a modular structure so that we will be able to make this as a deployment as we go ahead. So this is just one short video for an end-to-end machine learning project, and probably this will be for 2.5 hours. So please make sure that if you really want to practice this, right, please make sure that you code along with me, see what kind of errors you are getting, try to fix that errors. Coming to the prerequisite, what are the basic prerequisites that you require to probably learn this particular project is that you need to know Python programming language. You may probably have done EDA, feature engineering, at least in Jupyter Notebook. You should know how to probably train the model itself and perform the hyperparameter tuning. If you know this much, at least some basic idea, then you will be able to understand this project and implement it. So yes, enjoy this project and probably have a look onto that. Like this project, please make sure that you share with everyone guys out there, because this is completely for free, so it would be helpful for everyone who really wants to clear the data science interview. So let's go ahead and enjoy this specific project. So guys, we are about to start the end-to-end machine learning implementation with deployment, and again the main aim of this specific series is to develop end-to-end projects, and the things that we are going to learn, the similar things are basically applied in the industry when we are solving any kind of projects. We are going to basically discuss in this series about each and every modules, what all things we can basically do on top of it, and how we can easily crack any data science interviews. This end-to-end project implementation will be a game changer for cracking data science interviews. Why? Because all the students who have till now cracked, or any professionals who have cracked data science interviews, they have really explained the projects very well. Okay. So from your side, only one thing is basically required, that is dedication. If you are able to dedicate properly, if you are able to see, if you are able to understand, if you are able to practice, right, how the project implementation is done, and then you can probably apply in different projects like in deep learning and all the techniques will be same. We'll try to create a generic project structure. We'll try to use methodologies, tools, techniques in such a way that you will be able to apply in any kind of projects going forward. So please make sure that you support this series, share with many of your friends, right, whoever require this kind of help, because I think this is probably for the first time I'm going to do something like this, where I'm going to provide so much of effort in developing this specific projects. And if you don't share it, trust me, this will get lost somewhere, right? So people will actually lose that specific benefit that is required from out of it, right? So please make sure that you share this video with everyone. Now, what all things we are going to do, what all things we are planning to do, everything we will be discussing. How I'm going to divide this particular parts of all this particular series, that also I'll be discussing. So let me go ahead and let me share my screen. So and all the line by line code, I will be writing it in front of you. We'll be implementing it in such a way that parallelly we'll try to implement. I will be committing the code, and then based on that we will go ahead with it. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's try to do this. Okay, now I will just open this one. So obviously I've spoken about the agenda. So agenda of today's video is that whenever you are doing any kind of machine learning or deep learning project, the first and the most important thing is that it's all about your repository, right? Where you're committing the code, because you specifically work in a team, right? Team of people. Now, when you're working with the team of people, definitely you will be seeing that there are many people who will be collaborating, right? At the same time, they'll be committing the code, they will be merging the code, they will be developing new models. So the first thing is that what we are going to do is that we are going to basically set up the GitHub, right? And this GitHub will be our repository, right, for committing our code. And probably if you're working in team, you can also work in team so that your development will be in sync whenever you're probably developing it, right? The entire application in short. So setting up the GitHub will be the first one. Then in this GitHub, what are the best things that we will be applying? Like let's say in the first case, I want to go ahead and probably set up a new environment, right? So GitHub, and this is today's agenda, what I'm going to basically say. New environment, right? How do we create a new environment? What all things we have to make sure that while working with a new environment, there are some things that we really need to make sure that that thing is in place before implementing the project. It will always a good practices. Then we will try to decide a mini project structure. I'll not say mini. See, anyhow, I'm actually developing the entire project, right? We'll be discussing also about setup, right? Setup.py. Now, what is the importance of setup.py? We'll try to understand after creating the new environment. And finally, how probably I can also build a package using setup.py. We'll also discuss about requirements.txt. So, again, there is a relationship between requirements.txt and setup.py also. We'll discuss about that. We'll create a new environment and we'll do this. We'll do all these tasks today. And in the next video, what we are basically going to do is that we are going to go with the next step, wherein we will be implementing logging, exception handling, and then we will try to decide a formal project structure. How do we decide a project structure? That also I'll be talking about. What are the best practices that we specifically follow. Now, let's go with the first one, that is set up the GitHub repository. So what I will do, I will quickly go into my GitHub. All the committing of the code will happen in the GitHub, guys. This will basically give us a real world industry experience in short, because we are continuously working. We are committing the code, we are merging the code, we are pulling the code, and all many things we are going to do with respect to that. So the first thing first, I will go to my repositories over here. So I hope everybody has a GitHub account. So let me go ahead and create a new repository. Now, with respect to this new repository, I'm just going to give some name. So let's say my name will be ML projects. Okay. As I'm saying that, this will be a generic, completely generic project structure. Later on, you can replace any data set. We will try to use all those techniques. What all techniques is basically required, that will follow. So ML projects. So right now I'll keep it as a public so that I will be able to share this with you. Okay. And then let's go ahead. Don't click anything as such right now. Okay. Don't click anything. Just write ML project. No, don't even write description. I'll show you how we can basically write everything and all. So I will just go ahead and create the repository. Now, once you create the repository, this is what you specifically get. Okay. Now, this is about my ML project. Now, what I did is that I will probably go into my E drive. Okay. So I have created a folder. Now, inside this, I will be doing my entire project development. Okay. So I will copy this path. I'll open Anaconda prompt. Okay. Now, the reason why I'm opening Anaconda prompt, I will just go to this specific path. So let's go to E drive. So I'm in this particular path, that is ML projects. Right now here you can see that I'm in the base environment, right? And obviously, if you have Anaconda prompt or if you have VS Code, anything as such, okay, we can actually start. Again, to talk about, many people are also talking about the prerequisites. You really need to know Python programming language, modular coding. You need to know about machine learning algorithm. So if you are dedicatedly following my machine learning playlist or the deep learning playlist or the Python programming language, it will be more than sufficient. Now from here, what I'm actually going to do is that I'm just going to type code dot. Now this code dot will basically launch a VS Code instance. Okay. So if I execute this, so this is how my VS Code instance will look like. Okay. So here you can probably see this. It will show GitHub could not be connected. It's okay. We can just cut this. So this is an empty project completely initially to start with. And this is my VS Code that you will be able to see. Okay. This is my GitHub repository. Okay. And this is my VS Code. Okay. VS Code. Right. Now, first thing first, I have to make sure that I will sync with my GitHub repository over here. Okay. So to start with, what I'm actually going to do over here is that I will just go ahead and open a terminal. So here is my new terminal. Okay. So this is my new terminal, right? It can be a PowerShell, or I can also use command prompt, right? It is up to us, right? Whatever terminal that you want to specifically use. Okay. Now, the first step is always to create a environment, right? Now, what I want is that, guys, I don't want to create a separate environment, but instead what I'll do here, only an environment will be getting created, and whatever packages I'll be installing, that will come inside this particular folder. Okay. So let me just show you what I'll do. So basically what I'm saying is that inside this particular project itself, my environment will get created, and whatever packages I install, that all will get created over here. Okay. So let's go ahead and see how to do that. So guys, now let's go ahead and create a new environment. And for creating a new environment, I'm going to basically use a command. You can also search this in Anaconda also, you'll be able to search it. So first is conda create, okay, -p, okay. And the environment name, I'm going to basically give venv. Python, this entire project I'm going to develop with the 3.8. And finally, I will just use Y notation just to make sure that the installation happens, and for that it need not have to ask for the approval again. Like it will just ask for the approval where we have to either type Y or no, like yes or no. So here by default I'm giving Y. So once we execute this, here you will be able to see that the installation will happen. And my environment will get created. Now here you can see venv is getting created. Anything that I will probably install, like your libraries and all, it will just get installed itself over here, right? So this is where I'm going to make sure that all my packages are available over here. And this is a good practice, because at the end of the day, I can freeze all my libraries from this particular folder itself. Now, after doing this, I'm just going to clear my screen. So I'll write CLS. And what I'm actually going to do, I'll just write conda activate, okay, venv, which is my environment, and I'll just write like this. So automatically you'll be able to see that I will be inside this particular environment. So I've activated my environment in short. Okay. So perfect. We have done this. We have actually created our environment. We have done everything as such. Okay. This is perfect till here. Now the next thing what we are going to do is that we are going to clone this entire repository, and we need to sync this with the GitHub so that we'll be able to commit all our code. Okay. So we will just follow this step by step, and we'll see that how we can make sure that whatever things we are committing, right, we basically commit in this specific repository. So first of all, we really need to initialize the Git. Okay. So I will go over here, open this project. So let me go ahead and write git init. Okay. So once I write this, I will be initializing an empty Git repository in this specific location. Okay. So you'll be able to find out this particular folder. Right now it is hidden. Okay. But if you go into the folders itself, you'll be able to see it. Perfect. Now after that, we'll go to the next step where I will just add my README file. Okay. So I will just add README file, but before adding, let me just create one README file over here. Okay. So let me do one thing. Oops. Okay. Let me do one thing. Instead of creating a README file over here, what I'm actually going to do is that I will just create a README file over here itself. Okay. I can create it over here also. I can create it over here. That is up to you. So let me do one thing. Let me quickly do one thing over here. I'll just minimize this. I will just create a README file here itself. So I will just create a one file. Okay, it is going inside this particular folder. No worries. So now let me go ahead and create one readme.md file. Okay. Now readme.md file is just like a file where you can probably write your descriptions, whatever things you are there, like what are the steps that you should basically write over here. Okay. So here I can basically write end-to-end machine learning project. Okay. So this is done, end-to-end machine learning project. I'll just save it. Now let us go ahead and add this readme file in my GitHub repository. So in order to do that, I will just write git add my readme file name, whatever file is there. So here you can see that it has got added, and I'm following the same steps. So here you can see I've added the readme file itself. Now in order to commit it, I will just go ahead and write git commit -m first commit. So here I'm just going to use this particular, I'll just say that, okay, fine, I want to commit this particular thing. So here will be my normal message. This is my, I will just say first commit. Okay. So with the help of first commit, let me just make my face a little bit small. Okay. So that you will be able to see this. Now, once I do this first commit, I'll just press enter. Here you can see that all the file changes are happening. One file changed, one insertion is happening, and they have basically seen this. Okay. Now, if you really want to see that what is the status with respect to the commit, so I can just write git status, and here you can basically see use git for adding this kind of environment. Everything you can probably add it. Okay. What I will do also is that I can also add a git ignore file. Okay, that we'll talk about it. But right now I have made sure that I have basically committed my readme.md file. Okay, over here. Now the next step will be that I have to push this file. So let me just clear the screen, or over here. Let me push this particular file into my GitHub repository. So for doing that, before that, we will go ahead and check out our branch to main. So just copy this. Okay, and I'll paste it over here. And then the next step, what I will do is that I will just write git remote add origin. So I have to make sure that this origin is added so that it is in sync with this GitHub repository, right? So I will just go ahead and paste it over here. Done. Now, if you probably go and see git remote -v, you'll be able to see that I have actually basically synced it with my own git repository over here, right, with respect to origin. Now, finally, in order to push this data into the GitHub repository, we just need to use this command, that is git push -u origin main. Okay. Now, before this, let's say you are doing it for the first time, then you also have to set git global, right? So here git global config is there. So just go over here with respect to that, and you just need to type this command. Okay. So you need to sync your username and password, right? So sorry, not password, email and username, user.name. So user.name and email, like I have already done that because this git repository or GitHub account that I have, that is with my own personal email ID, right? So if you probably, if I just go and copy this and paste it over here, right? Here you'll be able to see my email ID is already synced. If you want to change the email ID, just after this same command, you can use double quotes and write your own email ID. So I've already done that. So what will happen is that I can directly push. So here you can see for the push, what command we'll be using, push -u origin to main. That basically means from the origin to the main, the commit will basically happen. So here I will write origin to main, right? So once I do this, here you will be able to see that my code has got committed. And this is how quickly I will be able to see now the file. Now, if I reload it, here you'll be able to see my readme file has got updated. Okay. Now, this is how I have made sure that all my sync with respect to this particular code and the GitHub repository is done. So anytime I probably write any code over here, I will later on always try to commit the code that side. Okay. So please make sure that you do this particular setting first of all. Okay. You may get a minor issues that may be with respect to configuration and all, but if you are if you have seen my Git tutorials and all, I've already explained all this kind of things to you. Okay. Now after this, what I'm going to do, I'm also going to create a new file, and this file will basically be my git ignore. Okay. So git ignore file. So here it will just be asking me options like what type of like what programming language git ignore you want. So I will just go ahead and write Python. And I will just commit the changes. So this will basically be, the reason why I'm creating this is that because some of the files that need not be committed in the GitHub, that all will get removed. Okay. So some of the common things like .python version is not required. When we build the packages, all this will come, right? Suppose I have venv environment. So that also I can probably write over here. That will also not get committed. Okay. So I'm committing the change. So here I will say create git ignore. Okay. And I'll commit the change. Okay. So now here you'll be able to see in my ML projects, I have two files, git ignore and readme file. So for this, in order to make sure that everything is updated on my side also, so I'll just clear the screen and I write git pull. Okay. So once I do git pull, so all the updation will happen. Now here you can see I have this git ignore file also. So if you search over here venv, see by default this venv is also there, because this is my environment, new environment, right? And I don't want to commit that specific in my GitHub repository. Okay. So perfect. We have done this. The first step of setting up each and everything with respect to the environments and always mapping and already mapping to the GitHub repository has been done. This is perfect. I've shown you everything scratch by creating manually. Later on, we can also automate this entire process. That also we'll see how we can basically do it. First, we'll start with some basics. We'll try to develop this. Once you get an idea, later on, we'll move towards automation. Okay. Now, the next thing that we are going to basically do is set up our setup.py, and I'll talk about what is the importance of setup.py and all, right? So let me go ahead and let me just create a new file. So the new file that I'm going to create is setup.py, and one more file that I'm actually going to create is something called as requirements.txt. Okay. Now requirement.txt will have all the packages that I really need to install while I'm actually implementing my project. Okay. So everything will basically be coming in this requirement.txt. Now, what exactly is setup.py? Now, see guys, I hope you have seen a lot of packages in Python, right? So Python PyPy, if you go and search for Python PyPy, so there are a lot of packages. If I probably search for any projects, any packages over here, let's say if I'm probably searching for Seaborn, right? So this Seaborn, do you mean Seaborn? Yes. So in this Seaborn, you will be able to see this is my package, right? In Seaborn. Now, how this package you will be able to install just by writing pip install Seaborn, right? Now, how this package is basically created, right? And for this also setup.py file is required. So if you search for Python setup.py, right? Python setup.py, understand the importance, okay? So if you probably see this setup.script is the center of activating, building, distributing, and installing modules using distutils. Okay, I will talk about this, what exactly it is. But what I'll do is over here is that I will just create a setup.py, and this setup.py will be responsible in creating my machine learning application as a package. And that can be, you can also install this package in your projects. You can also use it, right? So with the help of setup.py, I will be able to build my entire machine learning application as a package and even deploy in PyPy, right? So Python PyPy, which we basically saw. And from there, anybody can do the installation and anybody can also use it. So that is the reason why we specifically use setup.py. Okay. So it's very simple, building our application as a package itself. So in setup.py, there are many things that is required over here. Okay. So what I will do is that quickly, I will write down the code. Initially, what all things you basically require in setup.py. Okay. So to start with, what we will do is that I will write from setup.tools, and there are some basic things that you really need to do. From setup.tools, import find packages. So this will automatically find out all the packages that are available in the entire in the entire machine learning application, in the directory that we have actually created. And then I will just go ahead and write setup. So find packages and setup is basically required. Now what I'm actually going to do over here is that quickly go ahead and do the setup, and here you can basically see that all the parameters that is basically required. See, whenever we are creating the package, right, we really need to write like what name is the project of, what application is the project of. So let's say if I write name is equal to ML project. Okay, so this is my ML project. You can also use this as a kind of constant, but I'm writing it over here, and you have all these parameters. See, version, description, non-description. So this is basically talking, you can basically consider this as a metadata information about the entire project. Okay, so here I will write my version. So version will be 0.0.1. So here you will be able to see that whenever my next version will come, I will just keep on updating this, and automatically that entire packages will be built and it will be going to the PyPy where you can also use it. Okay, so author, let's go ahead and make it to Krish. Okay, so Krish will basically be the author, and then you can also use author underscore email. So this will basically be Krish Naik. Just a second, why this thing is again coming back. 06@gmail.com. Okay, and again comma, So author email is done. And then what we can do, packages. So here you'll be having something called as packages, and I can use this find packages. Now see, this will be very powerful. Okay, how it is able to find packages, we'll discuss about it, but I'm just using this function, this module that I've actually imported. And finally, we can also write install underscore requires. Okay, so install underscore requires will basically, I have to just mention all the requirements that I want, like pandas, numpy. Okay, numpy. So here I can basically write numpy, or I want cborn. So whatever libraries I want, I can basically write it over here. So automatically it will do the installation of all the libraries. Okay. So this is done. Yeah, this is my entire thing with respect to the important parameters that I basically require. Okay. Now this is once we create it. Now this setup.py, how it will be able to find out how many packages are there and all. So for this, what we do is that I will just go over here. Okay. I will just go over here, create a new folder. Let's say I'm going to name this folder as src, source. So if you want this source, right, the source to be found as a package, right, what we need to do is that inside this source, we will try to create a file which is called as in __init._.py. Okay. So once we do this, with respect to this, what will happen whenever this setup.py, this find packages is running, right, it will just go and see in how many folder you have this __init.py, right? So it will directly consider this source as a package itself, right? And then it will try to build this. So once it builds, right, you can probably import this anywhere, wherever you want, like how we import cborn, how we import pandas, similarly, right? But for that, we really need to put it in the PyPy package itself. For what in our case, what we are going to do over here is that just to make sure that this builds, this gets built as a package itself, we will be using this, and we'll try to create this particular file __init.__.py. Okay. So these are the basic things that we have actually done. Now, in my entire project development will basically be happening inside this particular folder. Okay, inside this folder. And whenever we create any new folders also, there also we'll be using this file, so that that internal folder also behaves like a package once we build it. Okay. Now this is fine. Now there will be a scenario wherein, guys, we will be requiring many packages as such. Okay, I will probably require 100 packages in a project, right? And it is not feasible to write something like this. So what we do is that usually in this case, we make sure over here is that we try to create a function. Okay. And that function, I can basically give my path over here. So let's say I create a function which says get underscore requirements. Okay, get underscore requirements. And if I probably give my requirement.txt, it should be able to read all those files. And now I have to create this function. Okay, so this function, I will try to create it now. This function, the main work is that whatever path I'm giving over here, it should basically take this up, and whatever libraries should be over here, like pandas, numpy, okay, numpy, cborn, this all will get installed, and it will be taken one by one packages, and it will try to install it over here. So let's, for right now, I'll just take this 3 packages and I'll write it over here as setup.py. Okay. Now let me just go ahead and write this definition. So quickly, in order to write, I will just write definition, getter setter, no, not required. So here I will say get underscore requirements. Okay. And here, 2 things I will try to do it over here. So that our task becomes very much easier. Okay. One is to definitely give what kind of input parameter I'm trying to give, right? So I will just make this as file underscore path. Okay. And this file underscore path is str. And this will basically go with, this will return a list. Okay. And in order to return a list also, we can basically write in a function, right? So this will be in the form of str. And obviously for this, this list is not being recognizable because we need to import a library from typing import list. Okay. So in short, what I'm saying, my function will return a list, right? Because this requirement.txt will basically have a list of libraries, right? So once I probably go inside this particular function with respect to a list, I will quickly write a definition also. this function will return the list of requirements. Okay, so done. This is done. Perfect over here. Now we'll go ahead and write the code. So let's say requirements, I'm just going to make it as a list, and then I'm going to open the requirement.txt. So requirement.txt, this will be in the form of string or whatever file path that I'm specifically giving, right? So this file path, whatever I'm getting, so I can also use it over here. Okay. With this, I'm going to open this, and let me create this as a temporary object, file object. Okay. And then what I'm actually going to do over here is that I'm just going to write requirements. Now, as I'm reading it, right? One thing, if I write file underscore obj dot read lines, right? So once we read the lines, what will happen? So inside this requirement.txt, this line will get read it, right? One element will get picked up. But there is one thing, a specific problem over here. Inside this requirement.txt, when we go to the next line, there will be /n that will get added. And whenever we try to use read lines, that /n will also get recorded over there. So what we are going to do over here is that once we get this requirements, right, we will try to replace the /n with blank. Okay. So for that, I will just write a list comprehension where I will say for requirements and requirement.txt, requirements. Okay. So for requirement, just a second. Okay. So I'm going to take this particular requirements, and then I will just say req dot, there's a function called as replace, and then I will try to replace /n with blank. Okay. So this will basically be my for loop, and this is my entire list comprehension that I'm getting, and this I will try to replace it in my requirements. Okay. So I've done very simple. I've just read the object. I made sure that I'm replacing /n by blank, and I'm just replacing it in this requirements. Okay. So finally, you'll be able to see over here that I'm getting this particular value. Perfect. So this is for this. Now, always understand, guys, that I can directly install this setup.py, or what I can do is that I can, whenever I'm trying to install all this requirement.txt, okay, at that point of time, this setup.py file should also run to build the packages. So for enabling that, what we need to do is that we will specifically write over here as -e dot. So when we probably give this -e dot, this will automatically trigger setup.py file. Okay. Now there is one more thing over here is that in get underscore requirements, when we are reading, right, that -e dot y will also come. Okay. And probably in get requirements, when we are installing these packages in the form of list, -e dot will also come. It need not come. Okay. Over here, it should not come over here, because wherever we have this requirement.txt, from this, if we have this particular value, if I'm installing this, it should get connected to this setup.py. But when I'm actually running my code over here, that -e dot should not come. So what I'm actually going to do quickly over here is that I will just say, I will just write one more condition saying that, okay, fine, my -e should not be available in the requirements, and I can actually remove it. So what I will do, I will just say if -e dot, or let me just create a constant. Okay. The constant will be something like this, -e dot, which is nothing but it is given by, you'll be able to see that -e dot. So this is how it is there, right? So I can write a condition if -e dot in requirements. Then what I have to do, since I don't want it in the setup.py, because it will automatically trigger. See, from requirement.txt, automatically it will get connected to setup.py file. I'll just show you how that will basically happen. So if this is present in requirements, so all I have to do is that I have to just requirements.remove, and I will just write -e dot. Okay. So done. So finally, you'll be able to see after doing this, I will just return my requirements. Okay. Now see the magic. So many things we have basically done. We have setup.py, we have requirement.txt. In requirement.txt we have this. Okay, so I'm going to basically open my terminal. Okay, so this command terminal was already there. Okay, now see the magic. Okay, once I probably do the pip install. Okay, right now my source just has this particular file and I don't have anything else, right? So quickly let's go ahead and write pip install -r requirement dot txt. So once I execute this, here you can see that I'm getting some error. Okay, fine. What is this error? It is saying that install requirement, get requirements, no file requirement.txt. Okay, no worries. I think I made this mistake. So it will be when I open this file requirements.txt. Okay, fine. Not a worries. It should not give an error. See, I'm not editing the error part and all. So you should be able to see the errors also. Okay. So automatically see everything, all the installation will happen. But at the end, you will be able to see one very amazing thing. Okay. Since there is in requirement.txt, there is -e dot, right? So that -e dot is basically mapped to setup.py. That is an indication that is basically given that setup.py file is there, and automatically this entire package will get built. Okay. Where I will have all this information like ML project, this, and so here still the build is happening. It will take probably some time. Okay. So let's wait for some time. So over here, installing collected packages. See, so everything is happening, installing collected packages, everything as such. Now see, successfully installed this is there. Now once I go and see this, so here you can see ML project .egg-info. So this basically indicates that your package is basically getting installed. Okay. Now you can probably use this packages anywhere if we probably deploy it in PyPy. But here, if you go and see requirement.txt, you have this. See, -e dot has gone, right? Sources.txt, what all things has got automatically considered, right? See, automatically it has been able to find out __init.py, right? Top level, I have source, right? Package info. This is the information that we have written in setup.py, right? Dependency link, everything is there. So this is the basic thing that we have done. We have done the entire setup. We have set up our requirement.txt. We have set up our setup.py. Now all I'll do is that inside this, I will start creating more and more folders. My logging, my exception will happen. Understand my main project is this, but the outline that I have actually created with requirements and setup.py, I've actually done that. And this is what we really need to learn in the first part. Again, the agenda, based on the agenda, we have done all these things. We have also setup.py, requirement.txt. The second thing is that we have also created a source folder and build the package, right? Build the package. So all these things is basically done, the agenda. And this was with respect to the first tutorial. Now going ahead, since we are still focusing on creating a generic project structure, later on we'll go ahead and create the generic project structure itself. Now quickly, what I will do, I will go ahead and add in the git, right? So git.add. So here you can probably see my git status. So what all things has got added, this 3 main files has got added. Git ignore is not going, so all those things are there. Git ignore is already added over there, so again I don't have to send it. So finally I will write git commit -m. The second commit, or I can basically write setup.py, setup and requirement. Setup, I'll just write it down. So this is done. Now the next instance, what I have to do, I just have to write git push -u origin to main. Okay. So yes, this is entirely done. It has been pushed to the main branch. Now if you probably go and see this and reload it, here you'll be able to see all these particular folders and files are there. Perfect. So this was the basic project setup, GitHub setup that we have basically done, the project structure and all we'll be discussing in the second video. These videos will be this long, so you will be able to understand it. Okay. But just go step by step, try to understand. If you're not able to understand anything as such, what is setup.py, go and search for it. Okay. So if I probably say setup.py, right, Python, What is the relationship between setup and py? See, setup.py is a Python script typically included with Python written libraries. It is objective to ensure that program is installed correctly. With the aid of pip, we can use setup.py to install any module also, right? So what is the relationship between that? Just go and search for it. What is -e dot, right? Just search for it. And everything will be available with respect to Google, right? You'll get all the solutions with respect to Google. See, doc Python tutorials, everything is available. What all things are there, what all things are not there, what is setup.py, you can definitely search for it. So I hope you were able to understand this. In the next video, again, it will be for another 30 to 40 minutes. We will start developing the project structure in the next video. But now a simple request, guys, please make sure that you join the membership of the program that we specifically have for you all in my YouTube channel, and where I will be also able to share more materials and all with you. And other than that, keep on practicing, share everywhere. LinkedIn, share it. Trust me, if you are able to do this much projects, it will be quite amazing. And again, the GitHub link will be given in the description of this particular video. So I hope you like this particular video. I'll see you all in the next video. Thank you. Hello guys, so we are going to continue the discussion with respect to the end-to-end ML project implementation. In our previous session, we have already done many things over here. We have set up our setup.py file. You understood the purpose of this, right? To basically create the package. We have this requirement.txt file. So any packages that will be required, I'll probably be writing it over here. We had seen that how to probably create an environment and how to start. Everything we have actually done it till now. Now, in this video, we are going to focus on creating the entire project structure, and then some of the common functionalities like logging, like exception handling, how to write that specific code, where you should specifically write, what should be a project structure, everything that we'll be doing in this specific session. Okay. So in the source folder right now, I just have __init.py. Now guys, see, whenever right now when I'm creating the project structure, I will just do it manually because I need to show everything for you from the scratch. Later on, this entire process can also be automated. I just need to write one code like template.py, and automatically all the entire folder structure will be created, right? I just need to write some 10 to 15 lines of code. But right now I am showing you everything from scratch so that you understand the projects well, right? So in the source, because whatever project I'm implementing, everything will come inside this. In the source, we are going to create some very important folders. The first folder that we are going to create is something called as components, right? Now, what exactly the specific components are and what will basically come over here. We'll discuss about that. But before, as soon as we create a folder, the first thing that you really need to do is that create this file that is init__.py. So with respect to this particular file, why do we do this? Because components will be created as a package, and it can also be exported, like it can be imported to some other file location. That is the reason I'm writing this __init.py. Okay. Now this components are like all the modules that we are probably going to create, right? Like initially we will probably create a process called as data ingestion, right? Data ingestion basically means I will be reading a data set from a database, or it can be from some other file locations, or it can be from different kind of databases also, right? So initially we need to read the database. So that database, reading the data from a specific database, we specifically say it as data ingestion. So data ingestion is a part of a module, right? When we are probably developing the entire project, right? So that can be our component. So let's say that I'm going to create a component over here, and the first component that we are probably going to create is something called as data_ingestion, right? And for this, I will just create my .py file, and this will basically have all the code that is something related to reading the data, right? So here I have my data ingestion. After reading the data, what we will be doing? We may probably do data validation. We may probably do data ingestion, data transformation, right? So over here, since I really want to make this project very precise, very easy for you so that you will be able to understand. So after ingesting the data, I will try to transform that particular data. So my next step that I'm actually going to do over here is something called as data_transformation. Okay, and this will be also my py file. So any code that is related to transformation, like over here we will probably be writing code how to change the category features into numerical features, how to handle one-hot encoding, how to handle label encoding. There may be different features for that purpose, right? So all the code we will be writing over here, right? So I'm just going to rename this again. trust me, I'm going to make your work very, very easy so that tomorrow you solve any project. If you just follow this kind of structure, right, that will be more than sufficient. Okay, so this renaming file is basically taking some time. Let's see why it is taking some time. So data transformation. Okay, done. So these are the two steps. First, data ingestion, data transformation. Now in data ingestion also, right, when we read the data, we'll divide the data set into train and test, right? And this is all for the training purpose, right? Training the model purpose. So in the data ingestion, I will also try to divide that particular data set into train and test, and then we'll also create a validation data. We'll create different folders. That all code will be writing in this data ingestion.py. Now after doing the data transformation, the next step that I will probably want to do is that I will basically say this as my model underscore trainer, right? So here I'm going to specifically train my model. So in this specific py file, right? So definitely model trainer will basically all the training code over here, how many different kinds of model I want to use. I will probably also call over here the confusion metrics if I'm probably solving the classification problem. If I'm solving a regression problem, I may see R squared, adjusted R squared value. All those things will basically happen over here, right? And from here also, see, next one more step, I can basically write model pusher also, okay? But I will not still make many files, because since this is just your first project, from the trainer itself, I'll try to push that particular model pickle file into the cloud also. That also I will probably show you, okay? So this components that you have seen till now, data ingestion, data transformation, model trainer, mainly this is specifically for the training purpose, right? So this is how I have actually created the folder structure, right? So this folder structure, we specifically say components. Components are nothing but modules that we are specifically going to use in the project. Now, after this, let's me do one more thing. I will create one more folder, and this folder will basically be having something called as pipeline. Because what kind of pipeline we really need to create, right? That also you really need to know, right? With respect to pipeline, two types of pipeline I'll decide. One is the training pipeline and one is the prediction pipeline, right? So over here inside this pipeline, what I will do, I'll create a file, and this file will basically be written as train underscore pipeline.py. Okay. So this will basically have all the code for my training pipeline itself. And from this training pipeline, I will try to trigger or call all these components, right? Understand the structure of the project is super important to understand. If you get the basic skeleton, trust me, then you will automatically be able to understand where I have to create what kind of file, where I have to write what kind of code, right? So this becomes a modular programming code, a clean code, which will basically be acceptable in the industry standards, right? So one is the training pipeline, and the next file that I am probably going to create is the predict underscore pipeline, right? For the prediction purpose, like let's say my model is basically created. Now I want to predict for the new data. I will basically write over here as predict underscore pipeline. Okay. Now inside this pipeline, one more thing that I'm going to do, I'm also going to create one more file that is called as underscore init.py, right? So that I can import this, right? So all these files has been created. So for now, I will be creating these components and pipelines. Now the next thing that I'm going to do, since my entire project implementation will be happening inside this source. Now I want to create three important files over here. One is definitely for logging. So here I will write logger.py. Okay. The next file that I'm actually going to create over here is for my exception. So exception.py for the exception handling purpose. And third one, which any functionalities that I'm probably writing in a common way, right, which will be used in entire application. So I'll basically say that as a utils.py. Let's say I want to read a data set from a database. I can probably create my Mongo client, like MongoDB client over here. If I want to probably save my model into the cloud, I can write the code over here. And in the utils code, I will try to call it inside the components itself. So very much simple. You need to understand all these things, guys. See, if you are able to understand this project structure, trust me, no one can stop you in understanding the entire project. And that is the reason why I'm going step by step. And I hope you are loving it. If you're loving it, please do support it by sharing this video with everyone. Tell people about it. No, this kind of content you'll never get it anywhere. Okay. So all these things are done. Perfect. Now let's go and probably write our exception handling code. Now, whenever you want to write anything with respect to exception, so just search for exception Python, right? And documentation you can basically search. So built-in exception, errors and exception, all this code is basically there, right? So with respect to exception, what I am actually going to do for my case is that I am basically going to write my own custom exception. So first of all, I will going to import sys. Now sys, what exactly sys library is, okay? what exactly sys is, understand quickly. Okay, so let's talk about this sys library. See guys, there are many things that we specifically use in Python. Okay, and in order to use this, you need to understand some of the things. Yes, all the definition you'll not be able to get, so search for it. The sys module in Python provides various functions and variables that are used to manipulate different parts of the Python runtime environment. So any exception that is basically getting controlled, the sys library will automatically have that information. Okay, so quickly let me do one thing over here. After importing sys, let's say if sys is not there, I can also try to put that into my requirement.txt, but I think by default sys will definitely be there. So here I'm going to create a definition of error underscore message underscore details. Okay, and here I'm going to give two parameters. So this will be my error message detail. Whenever an exception gets raised, I want to push this on my my own custom message, right? So here I will give my error. Okay, this error, whatever message I'm getting, and the other parameter will be my error detail, and this error detail will basically be present inside this sys. Okay, what module we have basically imported. So I'm going to call this particular function in the case of this. And one more thing that you really need to understand, the return type of sys, right? It provides you like if I probably write error detail dot exe info. So let me write it down. Exe underscore info. Right? So with respect to this exe underscore info, right? So this is basically talking about the execution info, and this will give you three important information. The first two information I'm not at all interested, right? But the last information will basically give me about exe underscore tb. Okay. So this information, from this information, we will be able to, this variable that is there, right? This info will probably give you all the information, like on which file the exception has occurred, on which line number the exception has occurred. All those information will be probably given and will be stored in this particular variable right now from this exe underscore info, right? So this is the exception that I'm probably getting. I have all the details in which file, in which line I'm probably getting the exception. Now all I have to do is that I will probably create a variable which is called as error underscore message, and I will probably write any errors saying that error occurred in Python script. So in Python script name, and I will give the first location over here as 0. Okay, just like a placeholder. And after this I can also give my line number. Okay, so I will probably go ahead and give my line number, and this will basically be my first placeholder. And after line number, I can also give my error message. What is the exact error message? And I will keep it this as 2. Okay, 2 is my placeholder. And then finally I write dot format. Okay, dot format. Let me just hide this so that you'll be able to see this. Dot format. And now we need to replace this 0 placeholder and all, right? So if I probably write dot format, I should basically be writing from here. Okay, so let me go ahead and write. So dot format. Okay, and remember guys, this will be common. Okay, it is not going to change again and again. Okay, so in dot format, the first thing that I'm going to give is file name. Okay, file name, I have not executed it. So let's do one thing. I will create my variable file name, in which file name I'm probably getting this error. So this file name will be nothing but exe underscore tb. I've created a variable, and if I write dot tb underscore frame, there is a property inside this, and here another property will be that is called as f code. And inside this, if you probably go ahead, write co underscore file name, right? So by this we'll be able to get the file name over here, right? So see, inside this execution underscore info, right, you'll be having tb frame, f code, and then you'll probably find the file name. How I am able to understand, how I am able to get this, in the exception handling documentation, it is already given, right? So if you probably search for custom exception handling in Python documentation. So if you probably search this, here you will be able to see this. Somewhere it will be given. Okay, So how you can probably handle, how you can raise a own custom exception, everything is given. You just need to go ahead and read this and you will be able to understand it. Okay. So again, I'm not going to go detailedly. I will just try to show you with the help of code. Okay. Perfect. So this is done over here. And now my first placeholder will basically have the line number. Now in order to get the line number, it is very much simple. I'll again use execution tab dot tb underscore line number. And the third parameter which is there, that is basically my error message, right? So that placeholder should also be coming. So for that, I will just write str of whatever error I'm actually able to get. Okay. And this error is nothing but this error, whatever I'm providing over here. So this is with respect to the error message detail. Now quickly what I will do, this, whenever my error raises, I'm going to probably call this particular function, right? So here I'm going to create another class which is basically called as custom exception. Okay, custom exception. And here I'm going to give my exception. So this is my own custom exception class. And obviously I need to also give my dev init, which is my constructor. Here I'll be giving myself error underscore message, whatever message I have for my error, comma, error underscore detailed. Again, this will be of my sys type, right? So here I go over here. Okay. See, since we are inheriting from the exception, so I will basically write super.init because we need to initialize the init, or we need to inherit the init function, right? And this will be underscore init, and this will probably give the error underscore message. Okay. So here we are basically using the error underscore message over here, and we are basically able to probably inherit the exception class with respect to that. Okay. Now one more thing over here is that okay, here I have to return the error message. I just missed it out. So return error message. Perfect. Let's see whether this is a public variable or not. Yeah, this is fine. Perfect. Fine. So over here, you'll be able to see that I'm able to get my error message over here. This error. Okay. This error message. Okay. Fine. Super.init of error message. So this is done. Now what I will write, I will say self dot error message, self dot error underscore message, message is equal to this particular error message. I will initialize with this error message, whatever is coming, right? And this is how we basically write in a modular programming way, right? And this error message, still we don't have anything. It should be coming from there. So we'll call this function. Okay. So we'll call this function with this particular error message. And then I will give all the parameters that is required. First is the error message. I will give over here, comma, I will say error details is equal to, and this will basically get assigned to error detail. Okay. So these are my parameters that I'm giving, okay, in my custom exception. So whenever I raise this custom exception, first of all, it is inheriting the parent exception. Whatever error message is basically coming from this particular function, that particular error message will come over here and will initialize it to the a variable, the class variable or custom exception variable, that is error message. And this error detail is basically been tracked by sys. Okay. And quickly, I will also inherit one functionality in custom exception, that is strr underscore, and this will basically be myself. Okay. Return self dot error message. So whenever I try to print it, I'll be getting all the error message over here. Okay. Very simple, guys. I think we have not done very difficult work over here. I've created a function over here, which will probably give you a message, like how your message should look like inside your file with respect to your custom exception. And then we created our own custom exception class, which is inheriting from exception. I have also overridden the init method right over here, and I've created an error message variable inside this. This is getting populated from this particular function. And finally, when we print this, right, when we raise the custom exception, in short, when we print it, it is going to print the error message itself. So this is with respect to the exception handling. Understand, this will be common for the entire code. Now, wherever you use try catch, and whenever inside the catch block you just raise custom exception, this kind of message will be coming that error occurred in Python script name so, line number so, and all the other information. Perfect. So this was with respect to exception. Now we are going to use this everywhere, wherever we require. Okay. And this is only for the one time. And similarly with respect to logger. So logger, again, you can check out the documentation with respect to the logger also. So first of all, what I'm going to do, I'm going to import logging. Now logger is for the purpose that any execution that probably happens, we should be able to log all those information, the execution, everything in some files, so that we'll be able to track if there is some errors, even the custom exception error, we will try to any exception that basically comes, we'll try to log that into the text file. And for that also we need to implement logger. So finally I'm going to import OS, and then from datetime import datetime, right? So yes, we have done this. Now quickly we will go ahead and create our log file. So how my log file should basically get created, that is what I'm basically writing over here. I'll take this F string, and I have used a common notation or framework over here, very simple one, something like this, datetime.now. So my file name that will be created will be whatever datetime is basically coming, and further this will basically have month, day, year, hours, this .log file. Okay, so it will be a text file. In this naming convention it will basically get created. Okay, and with respect to the logs path, because we really need to find out, we need to give a path for the log file also. So here I will write os.path.join, and here log file will definitely be used. Along with that I will write os.getCW, current working directory, and comma. So if I probably see with respect to joins, my file name should have logs in forward and then this naming convention. So here I will write logs. So initially my file name will be done like this, and then finally I have my log file, right? So whatever logs will get created, it will be with respect to the current working directory. So here only logs folder will get created, and every file will start with logs along with this whatever file name is basically coming. Okay, so that is what we have actually done with respect to this. And then we will go ahead and we will just try to say make directories, and here I'm going to give my log path with exist underscore OK is equal to true. So this basically says that even though there is a file, even though there is a folder, keep on appending the files inside that whenever we want to create the file. Okay, so yes, these are some basic Python code which we have already seen, right? And right now we are doing this, right? And finally, if I go and see my log file path, okay, so this is the logs path, log file path. I will just say os.path.join. Okay, I will just use logs underscore path, comma, log underscore file. Okay, so done. Now whenever we really want to create the log, right, we really need to set, see, if you want to override this functionality of the logging, right, we have to probably set this up in the basic config. So if you write log.basic config, so here you will be able to see that inside this basic config, you will first of all give the file name where you want to basically save it. So here, if you go ahead and see for file name, this will basically give my log file path. Here I'm going to give my log file path with respect to the file name. Then the format, what format you want to specifically use. And with respect to the format also, guys, I will just copy the best practice that we usually use over here, and it will be inside this format. See, the time stamp, line number, name, level name, message, right? So this is how my entire message will get printed. Okay, and after this I will say for which level. Suppose the next parameter is basically level, right? So if I write level is equal to logging.info, right? So in the case of info only, I'm going to print the specific messages, right? So done. This is with respect to the logging setup. Okay, that basically means now wherever I use logging.info, import logging and logging.info, and probably I write out any print message, then it is going to use this kind of basic config, and it is going to create this file path. It is basically going to keep this particular format with respect to the message and all that we are going to get. Okay, I'll show this, but right now this is some generic thing that we need to do. One is exception handling, one is logger, and there is one more file with respect to utils.py. Now utils.py, whenever requirement is there, we will try to create those files, we try to create the functionalities. But exception and logger is definitely required. You can just check out this documentation with respect to the Python. With respect to logging, we really need to set up the basic config. With respect to creating custom exception handling, the new error message, whatever you want based on your requirement, you can basically get it. Now what I will do is that whenever we get an exception, I will take that exception, logging it with our logger file, and use logging.info to put it inside the file, right? So such way we will be able to get that particular folder also. Perfect. So this is perfect till now. We are able to get all these things. It's I think it will be working fine. Absolutely. I can test this also, but I don't want to test it right now, but instead let's see what all things we can basically do. Okay. So in this video, the entire project structure is there. I've kept less number of files, trust me guys. But if you do a very big project, still more files needs to be created. In components, we need to add model evaluation, data validation is also added. But we are trying to just do it in a simpler way so that you will be able to understand. So perfect, till here we have done it. Now in the next video, what I'm actually going to do is that I'm going to discuss about the problem statement that we are going to solve. And then we'll take the data set, we'll perform the EDA, and we'll start coding data ingestion, data transformation, model trainer and all. Initially, I'll just coolly read the data set, divide that into train and test data set. Later on, what I'll do, I'll put this particular data set into a MongoDB, and then from there, I'll try to read it just to give you an idea that how should we read the data from the databases itself. So yes, this was it. Now what, let me do one thing quickly. Okay, logger.info. Let's do one thing. Okay, I will write if underscore name underscore main underscore. Okay, so logging.info logging has started. I'm just trying to check that everything is working fine or not. Okay, so let's go to the terminal. So this is my new terminal. So I will just go to this terminal, which is there in my same working location. Make sure that you activate venv, and then I will write python logger.py. Let's see whether it will work. No such file or directory. Okay, no worries, because logger is basically present over there inside your source. Okay, no worries. So python source logger.py. So it has got executed successfully, I guess. In order to see this, my logs folder has got created. The same way how that see this root info logging has started, right? The message has got printed over here, right? See over here, I've just written logging.info logging has started, right? Now what this has done, see, as soon as I write this, right, just to check whether everything is working fine or not. Over here, you'll be able to see over here, right? My file name is basically with respect to the log file path, right? So over here, you'll be able to see log folder is created, and inside this file is created, which is .log, right? Log file, right? So all the information is there. And then we are able to see the print message. After info, my message has got printed. Why? Because over here, I've written level name, message, name, line number. So over here, first of all, the format is something like this, right? Ascending time. So this is my ascending time. Then 20 I've actually got, which is my line number. So line number is 20, where I've specifically used logging info. And then you'll be able to see name, root name has come, info is there, and then finally message is there, right? I've used logging.info. So this is how you can probably test it. You can similarly test the exception handling. Let's see with respect to exception handling if I'll be able to get it or not. So if underscore name, and let's go over here and write like this. I'll use a try catch block. So try is equal to 1 divided by 0. Okay, so obviously I'm going to get an exception. So this will be a catch block, except block. Raise custom exception. Okay. So I will also go ahead and import the logging. Okay, I'm just trying to check whether everything is working fine or not. Done. So this will be divide by 0 error. Let's see whether it will work or not, or am I making some mistakes. Okay, so Python source exception.py. Return error message. There is a invalid syntax. So always make sure that you check it, because return error message. Oops. Okay, I can understand what is the problem. I've not closed the bracket properly, so that is the reason it was giving red color. It's okay. So now let me just go and see this. Custom exception, missing error message and error details. Okay. If I want to call this, so here you can see that I'm not passing error message and error detail, and obviously this is a problem. Without passing that, how can we do it? So here I will write exception as E, and this E will be provided as my first parameter. Along with that, I'll provide sys, and sys I think I have imported on the top. Perfect. Now I think it should work. So here you can see descriptor init requires a super object but received a 0 division error. So guys, from the error that I see over here, underscore it requires a super object. So let's see what is the problem. Okay, here I have to use brackets, which I've actually missed it. See guys, I'm not editing the errors. Okay, I will tell you that whatever error I'm getting, I'll just give it to you like that. Here we saw that error. Now let's go ahead and execute it. So now here you can see that custom exception occurred in this division by 0. Sir, so the custom exception has been recorded in the logging, and if you still I have not uploaded this specifically in the logging file, but here you can basically see that as soon as I raise the custom exception, I'm able to see this error, which is basically saying divide by 0. With this all line number and all information is there, right? So perfect. This was it. We'll see why this error has not been logged up, but we'll try to log this up probably in the upcoming video. But at least we are able to see the custom exception, right? So 0 division error, everything we are able to see this, right? Now all we have to do, just think over it, why it is not coming in the logging file, and tell me the solution. Okay, I have understood the solution, why it is not coming. Now it is up to you to find out. Okay, so please do that, just try it out and let me know in the comment section. But perfect, till here we have done it. We have created our project structure, we have created our exception logger and everything as such. Now what I will do is that I will again remove this files. I don't want this files as such. I will remove this files. I will save this. I will remove this also, and I'll save it. And all I will be doing right now is that I will just try to publish this code. So if I say git status, I have so many files changes, so many files I've got created. I will write git add dot, then I will clear the screen. I'll say git commit -m, and this will basically be my project structure, or I will just write logging and exception, logging and exception. Perfect. Committos, this is committed, and then I will say git push -u from origin to main. Okay, so once I do this, all my git file will get committed. Perfect. So let me quickly open one of the file over here. Just a second. I will just open my GitHub file and see whether my code has got updated or not. Okay, so let's go to my repositories and let's see. So this is my ML project. Please make sure that you fork this repository, guys. And now if I go inside my source, you'll be able to see exception is done, exception is available, right? So exception is available, logger is available, my entire project structure is available. Now all I have to do is that show you the data set tomorrow and start writing the code with respect to EDA and all. Perfect. Everything is done. So I hope you like this particular video. In this video, we have done so many things. We have created the project structure, and apart with that, we have also handled the exception handling and logger, right? So yes, guys, this was it from my side. I will see you all in the next video with the next tutorial where we'll talk about our data set and our problem statements. And I'll keep it hidden right now. Please make sure that you do it everywhere, like with respect to all the implementation, and then you try to share it in the LinkedIn. Tag me, show your GitHub code. I will definitely have a look and probably put a comment on that. So yes, this was it from my side. I will see you all in the next video. Thank you. Hello all, my name is Krish Naik and welcome to my YouTube channel. So guys, we are into the tutorial 3 of this end-to-end machine learning project implementation. And if you have not seen tutorial 1, tutorial 2, I would suggest please go through the playlist. In our previous tutorial, we had actually implemented about exceptional handling, logger for the entire project, right? And in the last example, one thing that I showed you, right, we were trying to raise an exception and it was not getting stored in the file over here, right? So what specifically, like I asked the solution for you all, right? And I'm very much excited to say that many of you gave the proper solution. Why this exception message was not getting saved in the logs folder? The simple reason was that I had to probably import the logger.py file over here, right? So inside this logger, right, I have to probably import. So if you probably go and see this logger, I have to go ahead and import this logging from here, right? So that is the reason I did not do it. And because of that, we are not getting the message saved. Now what I will do, I will quickly, first of all, show this. So I will write from src dot logger import logging. Okay, so I'm just going to import this, and now you can see logging.info divide by 0 is there. Now if I probably go ahead and execute this, python logger.py, sorry, exception, python exception.py. So you'll be able to see, okay, just a second, python source exception.py. Now here you'll be able to see that division by error or division by 0, the error is basically coming. Now you need to see whether this is got saved in the log file or not. Now you can see the third log file is basically created, and here you basically have the entire error message going over here. Okay, just to start with, this was the main issue that we fixed. Now I hope everybody will be updating the code. Whenever they want to probably use logging, they have to import from source.logger. You have to import the logging part. Okay, now quickly let me go ahead and remove this because I don't require anyhow this whole things. Now what is the agenda of this specific session? The agenda of this session is that to talk about the project that we are going to implement. Now I was thinking, see, when we are developing an end-to-end project, right, the major thing, the first priority thing that we really need to think about is that what kind of data set we should basically start with. Okay, so I gave a lot of thought, and since this is just our first project and we will try to make this project better and better. See guys, I have written 7 days live end-to-end machine learning project, but I'm very, very happy to announce now this will not be 7 days. Okay, I will continue this series and probably try to include MLOps, CI/CD pipeline, not only from machine learning project, we'll also go and understand with respect to NLP, deep learning projects, right? So this will be an entire series. We'll try to make it better. We'll try to always make sure that if any new techniques, if any new things that we can basically implement, it can improve the performance of the project, we will also do that. Okay, and we'll go step by step. So I was thinking about the data set. Okay, so I hope first of all you like this message. If you like this message, please do make sure that you comment down. Now we are going to just focus on project. Let it be with respect to machine learning, NLP and deep learning, and we'll try to implement very, very good things. I will be creating a lot of documentation for you also, so that you will be able to understand. And trust me, any interview that you go, you will be able to crack it. Okay. Now, as I said that I gave a lot of thought in probably just understanding like what project we should basically go ahead with. If you are a starter, if you just know about EDA, see, some prerequisite is required. You should know Python programming language. You should know modular coding. You should know how to perform EDA and all. Okay. Now, considering this, what I've done is that I've taken a data set, and this entire project is about student performance indicator. Now, you may be thinking, Krish, this is just a simple project. There is a reason why I took this. See, understand. If I probably show you the data set of this project, okay. So this is the data set of this project. In this project, okay, if I close this, in this project, you will be finding features of every type. Categorical features, you'll find numerical features, you'll find NaN values, you'll find multiple things, right? And then we will try to see, to start with, how we can probably solve this, how we can perform the feature engineering. And till now, most of the time we have learned everything in Jupyter Notebook, right? But that same Jupyter Notebook code, then we'll try to convert that into a modular code. That is how we are going to learn it, guys. Trust me, if you follow these strategies, tomorrow you get any kind of data set, any kind of project, you will be knowing that what exactly you need to do. Okay. So for this, I have taken the project which is called as Student Performance Indicator. So initially this is our project, and here I've added one notebook folder. Inside this you have this data student.csv, and then I have given you these two files. One is EDA, okay, and the other one is about model training. Okay, so let's go and see what exactly we are going to talk in this specific EDA and all, and what all things we are basically going to do. Okay, and the best thing about this project is that I have given each and every understanding to you over here. You know, as I said, prerequisite is EDA, but I will just try to execute this and we'll try to see what all things we are basically going to do. Okay. Now with respect to EDA, now people will be thinking, can we do EDA in this project in .py file? No, don't do that. Jupyter Notebook is the best way to basically perform the EDA and all. Whatever observation, see, something that is very much important, that whenever you perform EDA, right, observation is super important, right? And once you do the observation, you have to probably provide that observation to the stakeholder. And every step that you are probably doing in your project, for that there should be a reason. Okay. So in the student performance indicator, this is the entire life cycle of a machine learning project: understanding the project statement, data collection, data checks to perform, EDA, data pre-processing, model training, and choosing the best model. After that, we'll try to evaluate the model and push the model. That will also be the part of it. Now, what exactly is the problem statement? Just try to understand this, guys. This problem statement is very, very good. And I've taken this data set for purpose. As we go ahead and probably try to participate in some other, like implement some other project, right? At that point of time, we will try to put more complex data set. Now, if you get the idea about this particular data set, trust me, you'll get the idea about implementing everything. Okay. So problem statement is that this project understands how the student performance test score is affected by other variables such as gender, ethnicity, parental level of education, lunch and test preparation course. So here you will be able to see that, okay, you have a lot of features, okay, like gender, ethnicity, parental level of education, lunch, test preparation course, and many things you have. Okay. Now over here, what we are basically going to do is that we are just going to see how the student's performance is with respect to the test score. And based on these features, we'll try to predict the test score. Okay. And all these features, like some of the features are categorical features, some of the features are numerical features, that all will be seen. Okay. So that is the entire project information about it. This basically dataset consists of 1000 rows, 8 columns, so that we initially start with some basic things and then probably we gain, right? But again, at the end of the day, it is more about understanding how do we implement an end-to-end project. Okay. Now to begin with, we'll be importing these libraries. Now here, as soon as I import, I will first of all select my Python kernel. Okay, so let me just go ahead and so this will be my Python environment. I've already made VENV Python 3.8, so you'll also be getting this option. Now you can see it is connecting to the kernel. I will just go ahead and install this IPy kernel. IPy kernel is basically required for implementing or executing any code in the Jupyter Notebook. Okay. And what is the folder structure that I have done? See, outside the source, right, I have made this notebook, then data is there, EDA is there, model training. So whatever analysis and whatever model training you'll do, right, you'll do it over here. Now in model training, what all techniques you have specifically used? What we are going to do over there, we are basically going to convert that into a modular coding. That is what we are going to do. Now quickly, let's go ahead and see some EDA. Right now the installation is taking place and this will probably take some amount of time. Okay. So till then, I hope you are able to understand the project. See guys, the way I really want to teach is that because once you are done with this project, you will be able to implement any Python project as such. And that is my promise. Okay. Not Python only, but machine learning also. Okay. So yes, this has got executed now. So all these libraries are basically there, like matplotlib and all. It's okay. Let's see whether it is there in the requirement.cst or not. Pandas, NumPy, Seaborn. I can also write matplotlib. Okay. So these all libraries. We'll try to put it over here. And every time when you're installing this pip install, right, don't try to put this, because I don't want to build my package again and again. We'll build it at last. So try to comment this down whenever you try to install the package. Okay, like pip install -r requirement.txt. Perfect. Till here we are good. Now let me just go ahead and open the EDA. So this is basically my EDA. Now I will be reading the data set. I've written all the comments, so definitely you will be able to see show top 5 records, what is the shape of the data set. So these all are simple. This is my data set information like gender, sex of students, this is there. And then you have something like math score, reading score, writing score. So what are the data checks to perform? First of all, we'll check missing values, then we'll check duplicate values. If duplicate values exist, we need to remove it. If there is missing values, with the help of feature engineering, we'll try to replace it. If there, then we'll go ahead and check the data type, number of unique values of each column, statistics of the data set, and then we check various categories present in the different category columns. Okay, so here we are going to go ahead and check missing values. Right now, we will be having 0 in the missing values. Trust me, if there is any missing values, you can use mean imputation. I've created an EDA playlist over there. Okay, but again, my main focus is to basically show you how to implement an end-to-end project. Okay, but as I said, this entire year, I'm just going to focus on projects, MLOps, CI/CD. So I'll be taking more complex data set as we go ahead. Okay. Now there is no missing value in the data set. This is the observation. Now this is the observation that I'm actually talking about, right? Every time you really need to write about the insights and observation. Then we'll go and see with respect to duplicates. Duplicates is not there. If duplicate was there, tell me what is the code to delete the duplicate elements. Okay. So this way we are able to find out whether duplicates is there or not. Like let's say if there are 5 to 6 duplicates, okay, how to remove that duplicate? Just try to write down the code in the comment section. And then we will go ahead and see with respect to the info over here. Now you may be thinking, Krish, why you did not take a data set from some API and databases? Don't worry, I will do that. Okay, I will show you by considering this data set or by considering any API data set how to do that. Okay, everything I'll be showing. But let's start with something. Let's gain your interest. Let's keep you motivated by starting some mid to intermediate level projects, and then we will go into complex one, right? Then checking the number of values of each column. So df.unique, you'll be seeing that gender has 2, race ethnicity has 5, parental level of education has 6, lunch has 2, and then you have this math score, this with respect to data type as int. Okay. Then if you really want to quickly check the statistics of the data set, you can basically write df.describe. There are 3 numerical features. One is math score, reading score, and writing score. Okay. Now from the above, the description of the numerical data, all means are very close to each other. So all this information you will be able to see from this, right? And that is the insights that I've actually written. So my suggestion would be that please go through each and every point. You will be having one day completely, because once we complete this, right? Once we complete this, we will try to entirely convert this into a modular coding. Okay. Not EDA part, but at least the model training part. Inside the model training, what all things I'm specifically using. Okay. So here are about more exploring about the data. How many categories are there in gender? How many categories are there in race, ethnicity? See guys, I've already created all this kind of videos. You can check out my EDA playlist. Okay. So once I execute it, race or ethnicity. So I think this will be race. Let me just see this. df dot head. So race underscore ethnicity, not or. So it is race underscore ethnicity. Now I think it will find. And then you have parental level of education. So some of the variables name is not there. It's okay. We'll make it. And then we have lunch. Lunch is fine. Then test preparation courses. Okay. So this will basically be my test preparation courses. So these are the changes. Race is also there. Okay. No worries. Race. Categories in race underscore ethnicity. Okay. Done. So here are all the features, all the category features, like what all values I specifically have. And then we have just written a condition to probably define our numerical and categorical features. So this is what we are getting printed. Okay. So see, in this particular thing, we are defining our numerical and category features. How we are doing that? Feature for feature in df.columns. Okay. if this df of feature dot data type is not equal to object, okay, if it is not equal to object, that basically means it becomes a numerical feature, right? So easy it is, a generic statement. Then similarly, feature for feature in df dot columns, if df of feature dot data type is equal to 0, right, or is equal to object, then that is basically a categorical feature. So this way we have done it. Over here, if I really want to find out how many unique number of categories are there, I've written df of gender dot unique, right? So by that I will be able to see the name over here, and then it is a normal print statement. So here I will go ahead and execute it. Once I get my numerical and categorical features, all I'm doing, we are printing it. Okay. So this is basically this many number of numerical features are there, and this is all my numerical features. Similarly with respect to the categorical feature. Now here we have 3 numerical features, and math score, reading score, writing score. And then we have 5 categorical features, that is gender, race, ethnicity, parental level of education, lunch, and test preparation course. Okay, everything is there. Now this is super important. This is a kind of feature engineering that we are performing. Adding columns for total score and average score. Okay. Now if you probably go and see df.head, or let's see the first 2 records. Okay, df.head with respect to the 2 records. Now here you will be able to see I have 3 different scores. One is math score, reading score, and writing score. Now what I will do is that I will try to do the summation of all these scores, and I will create one variable which is called as total score. This will basically be my output feature. Okay. And I can also make sure that I have one more output feature which is called as average. So based on this feature, now I can solve 2 problem statement. One is, what is the total score, right? I can create a model to predict the total score, and then I can create another model to predict the average score. So that is what we are basically going to do. Okay. Now over here, what I'm doing, add columns for total score. So df of math plus df of reading score and writing score. I'm basically adding it up, right? So if I probably see, these all are math score, reading score, and writing score. Okay. And then for this total score, if I divide by 3, I will be getting my average score. Okay. That is what we have basically done. So I'll go ahead and execute it. Now here, if you go and see in the df.head, you have this, right, reading score, writing score, but here you can see now I'm having total score and average score. Very good. You have done this step, and now I can probably make this 2 as my dependent feature, and probably this all can be my independent feature. And if I don't want this particular feature also, these 3 features, I can remove it, but I'll just keep it just to find out more additional information about it. Okay. But if we perform feature selection later on, we can basically remove it. Feature selection I'll not perform now. We'll create a basic model, and then we'll try to improvise the model. Okay. Now, with respect to reading score, 100, what is the average? What is this? Everything we are just going to compare it. So see this, it's all about simple, we are just trying to see the number of students with full marks in maths. So how many people have scored full marks in maths? That is 7. Number of students with full marks in writing, that is 14. How I've written the condition, df of writing score is equal to 100, and then we'll take out the average dot count. That's it. Okay. And similarly with respect to reading score, writing score, if I really want to find out less than or equal to 20. Okay. So they have basically not done anything, backbenchers. I have never been a backbencher, but I like backbenchers, right? They are creative, but with respect to studies, they always try to get a less marks. Okay. That is what I have observed. Okay. So here I have number of students with this 431, less than 4. Okay. So what are the insights that you are able to get from above values? You can see we got students have performed the worst in maths, best performance in reading section, everything you can basically find out. And then if you want to go ahead and probably do more visualization, you can use histograms. So here also I've taken average with respect to this data frame. Here I have used Hui as gender, right? Just to check how my average is with respect to gender. Okay. Now, common question that I can ask you, if you probably check out your college marks, your school marks based on gender, who is going to perform well? Write down in the comment section whether male or female. I know the answer, obviously female usually perform well in the college times, right? So if you see this is my left hand side, you can see one graph. Okay. This is the average. But now if I try to see average with respect to gender, like male and female. So here you can see this blue color is basically female values, right? And the average score is basically increasing, right, with respect to the female. So this is what it is. Let's say with respect to total score also you want to check, you can basically check over here. So I will make a code, and instead of writing average, I will say total, right? I hope it is total only. Okay, total score, total space score. Okay, so this is total score, and the same thing I will copy it over here and paste it, right? A very good EDA. Now with respect to total score also, you can see that female are performing well. Okay, so male are usually not focused much on getting much more marks, unless and until it is not IIT, JEE and some other things. But yeah, so the insight is that female students tends to perform well than male students. Okay, then here I have seen average with lunch. Then you can probably see with respect to female and male how it is getting performed with respect to lunch. All these graphs you can basically check it out. Okay, and then these are the insights that I have written. So all these things are there. Definitely go ahead and check it out. Okay, I've created some of the plots. Now this is EDA as suggested. You have to try it from here, and I will give you sufficient time to basically just go ahead and probably just execute this, understand the entire EDA about this entire project, right? Very good material that we have created over here as a team. My team was actually involved in creating this material. I told each and every minute detail things with respect to EDA. You have to write it down, and they have basically wrote it down. Okay, now let's go with respect to the model training. Okay, so here first of all I will just write std.csv. Okay, now first over here I'm getting some issues with respect to sklearn. Okay, now sklearn is not important. Now see, in this particular file what we are going to do, we are going to train our model, and before training a model, how I'm going to handle the category features, how I'm going to handle the numerical features, everything will be available in this. How I'm performing, how I'm training multiple models, how I'm getting the results, what all model I'm going to use, everything will be here. Okay, so first of all, the major issue that I'm getting, right, if I probably execute this, I will get an error. Okay, now what is the error that I'll get? So here also I have to probably go and connect to the V and V. Okay, so here you can see sklearn is not there. So guys, over here sklearn module is not there, right? So what I will do, I will just write pip install scikit-learn. I hope the library is same, scikit-learn, scikit-learn py. So here you have this one. So what I will do, I will take up this library, I'll open my VS Code, go to my requirement.txt and give this particular file over here. Now I'll just comment it down. Okay, and I think matplotlib is already installed, so I don't. Okay, let's go and make this. Now what I'm going to do, go to my terminal. Okay, already I have opened my terminal with respect to command prompt over here, and now see, I have commented this down because I don't want to build the package again and again. At the end, we'll try to build the package. So over here, what I will do, first of all, I will install -r requirements.txt. So once I install this, you'll be able to see this pandas, vandas, everything is getting installed. Okay, and I think we have installed it earlier also. So all the things are basically getting installed over here. Once this installation basically happens, now the scikit-learn installation will also happen, right? So once this is completed, then if you probably go over here and execute this. So now you can see the installation is done. Now what I'm going to do, go ahead and execute this. So let me close this down. And now if I go ahead and execute it, let's see whether it will get executed or not, or will I still get the error. Okay, so no module named cat boost. Okay, fine. So scikit-learn, at least we are not getting an error. So now the next thing is that we will go ahead and install the cat boost. Okay, so here pip install, and I will go ahead and write cat boost, and this is how you have to write each and every library. Okay, so pip install cat boost. So we'll just go and see with respect to the package. So here is my cat boost library. So all I'll do, I will go back again over here, go ahead and comment down in my requirement.txt. Okay, now again I'll not go ahead and install everything. What I will do, here only I will make a code, and here I will write pip install. Like this also you can do the installation, but one time you have to probably go ahead and write this. So let's see whether we'll get an error over here or whether it will get installed or not. So here the installation is basically taking place. I don't know why we are getting this red color. Okay, So I think pip is not installed in this. Maybe it can be, it cannot be. Let's see. Okay. So let me do one thing. Let me interrupt this. So fine. Let me interrupt this. No need to execute it from here. So what I will do, I will again open the terminal. Okay. So see, these are the steps why I'm going very slowly and talking about it, because I want you all to follow in this way. Later on, I will also show you an automated way. Okay. So requirements.txt. So once I execute it, so here you'll be able to see cat boost will get installed. Okay. So cache boost is also done. So now if I go ahead and execute it, so now I don't think so. Okay, XGBoost is also there. Fine, no worries. I will again create my requirement.txt and go ahead and write XGBoost. Okay, and again pip install requirement.txt. So XGBoost is also installed now. Okay, so all those things you have to do. The reason I'm showing you like this, I'll not delete all these errors, guys. See, errors, whatever is coming, it's for your learning process. So now finally all the execution is done. We are good to go with respect to all the libraries that we required. See, sklearn.metrics is required. You have k nearest neighbor, decision tree regressor, random forest, ADA boost, SVR, linear regression. Then since this is a regression problem, the total score is a continuous value, right? So it is a regression problem. So I've used almost all the libraries and we'll try to see which is the best library. You can also use random forest. Okay. Perfect. Could not install. I think this should get executed. Okay, perfect. It got executed. Now we'll go and read the student.csv file. It is basically present inside the notebook. Let's see this from where we are reading it. Okay, I will copy this and paste it over here. Okay, done. So we have read it, df.head. So what we are going to do over here is that, see, I can go ahead with math score, reading score, writing score, whatever things you want, right? Let's now see that two additional features that we have created. One was with respect to the total score and all, right? I can do that, or I can just directly use this math score and probably take this feature as my independent features and try to do the prediction for this. Okay. So that is what we are basically doing. What I will do is that I will take all these features, this as our independent feature, and we'll try to predict the math score. Now it is up to you, use total score or average or mean, whatever you want. But here in the code, I will be dropping maths underscore score with the axis. So this will basically be my independent feature. In my independent feature, if you probably go and see x.head. Okay. So these are all my features that I have, excluding math score. And then this y will basically be having my math score. Okay. Perfect. So done. So if I probably create the code and see the y variable, so y is basically having this output feature. Now this is super important. Okay, super important. One is create column transformer with 3 types of transformers. Now see guys, you have numerical features. So for this numerical features, you have to probably do one-hot encoding. First of all, just go ahead and probably just write x of, okay. And just see gender was 2, race ethnicity was 5, and we have already seen the EDA also, like how many are categorical features, how many unique categorical features were there. So let me just copy that code and again show it to you so that you will be able to understand, right? Yeah, this was the code. So here, if I try to go ahead and execute it and see this, in gender, you have 2 categories. In race ethnicity, you have this many number of categories. In this, you have this many number of categories. In lunch, you have 2. And in test preparation course, you have this 2, none and completed. Okay. Now see, in this kind of way, because there are very less number of features, right? Very less number of features. Inside this, the categorical variables, right, has less number of categories also. So what we can do, we can basically perform one-hot encoding. Now let's consider that there is another feature which has many categorical features. Then we can do target guided ordinal encoding, right? And I will also make sure that we'll try to use that, okay, as we go ahead. But we'll try to improve the model. First, we'll create a basic model and then we'll try to improve it, okay? So now I have my y, I have my all these things. Now what I've done, I will create a pipeline. Now the pipeline is required because for numerical, I will try to do different not for numerical, basically, let's say for categorical features I have in my data set. So first of all, I need to perform one hot encoding for everything, right? Then let's say with respect to all the features, once it is getting converted in a numerical feature, what we'll do, we'll try to apply standardization. You can apply normalization. So this should be in a form of pipeline, one step by the other step. So here, if you see, okay, so what I have done, first of all, I have taken my numerical features separately. So I have written x.select data type exclude objects.column. So that basically becomes all my numerical features. And if I write x.select data types include object.columns, then that basically becomes my categorical feature. Okay. And now what I've done, from sklearn.preprocessing import one hot encoder, because I have to do that, standard scalar. Okay. Now this two, when we combine this as a pipeline, right? So in short, what is basically happening in those two, right? The column transformation will basically happen. So the column transformer will combine these two together, one after the other. First, one hot encoder should happen, and then standard scalar should happen. So this all I think you are familiar with, right? So sklearn.preprocessing import one hot encoder, standard scalar is there. From sklearn.compose import column transformer is basically there. Okay. So what I did, I initialized standard scalar, I initialized one hot encoder. Now see, one by one I have combined this as a pipeline. So here you have column transformer. The first step in the list will be one hot encoder with this particular object, and for which kind of features it will be? For categorical features, right? For categorical features. And then I'm applying standard scalar for numeric by using this numeric transformer, and for which feature it will get applied? Only for the numeric features, right? So this way we are able to get this entire processor, right? And this processor will be used later to do any kind of fit or transform on the any kind of data set. Okay. In short, this column transformer is responsible for transforming your columns or your data points. Okay. So once I execute this, this is done. Okay. And now you can see I'm just doing on fit on the transform on X. So if I do this on X, and if I probably go and see my X value, here is it. I'm getting my entire array, and it is basically combined it. You can see if I write x.shape, you'll be able to see now I have 19 columns and 1000 records. Amazing, right? This is the power of this column transformer. Now see guys, it's not like basics is not important in data science. Basic is super important, because all these things only we'll try to convert that into a model coding later on. In the next tutorial, you'll be seeing that, and you'll be quite impressed. At the end of the day, you'll be thinking, oh, it was so easy, and we never thought how to probably prepare a end-to-end data science project, right? Perfect. Now the next step with respect to this is that we are going to do train test split. Again, it's very much simple to create the train test split. We use train test split from sklearn.preprocessing. So train test split is not defined. Okay, no worries. So I will write from sklearn.preprocessing, because here I'm going to train my model processing. From sklearn.preprocessing import, I hope so, there is train test split. Let's see whether it will work, or it is present in sklearn.preprocessing. No, it is not present over there. So let me Google it. See, I'm also a human being. I also forget things. sklearn train test split. But Google is there. Don't worry about that. Okay, it is present in model selection. Now everything is coming in my mind. Okay. So here, instead of writing pre-processing, I will write model selection. Done. So done. Now I have 800 records in my training and 200 records in my test. Now what I have done next, create an evaluation matrix to give metrics about the model training. See, I will write all this code. All this code I will write again and again. Okay. When I'm doing modular coding. But right now I'm just trying to show you with respect to the EDA model training. Okay. So here in the evaluate modeling, we are going to take mean absolute error. We are going to take mean squared error and root mean squared error, R square, and we are going to return all these values. Fine. This function is there. Now this is super important. See, this is my model list, right? And then this is my R2 list. And then I'm basically going to do the fit. Then I'm going to do the predict. And then I'm going to find out the evaluation of the model like MAE, RMSE and all. So see this, very simple. And then I'm going to append all those values over here. And then this is with respect to the model performance, right? And here is basically my R square. Now see guys, everything I'm going to do again. I'm going to write this code again for you when we are doing modular coding. But here, since you are very much familiar with Jupyter Notebook, since you are following my tutorials, you will get an idea about it once we do this in the form of this, right? Obviously, this is very much simple to understand. So here you can see output exceeds the, open the output data in a text editor. This is there. Perfect, right? Now, if I probably go and try to see this, right, which is basically having the best R2 square, I'm basically displaying that, okay? So here you can see Ridge is basically having 88%, linear regression 88, CAD boosting regression 85 and all. So I will probably go with linear regression because there is hardly any difference. So we go and see the accuracy of the model, then we predict it, done. Almost all the task is basically done. Okay, so these all are the tasks and we have done the prediction. Okay, this is basically the predicted value and the difference that with respect to the actual value. So this is my actual, predicted and difference. Okay, this is pretty much simple. See, now the reason I have shown you is that all these things we have done. Okay, we have done train test plate, we have done column transformer, we have probably gone ahead and created evaluation metrics, we have trained this model. Everything over here I've just executed and shown it to you. Okay, and then based on the R2 score, based on the MAE score, MAC score, we have sorted all the models, right? This now same thing in the going tutorial, what we are going to do is that I am going to basically write everything this in the modular programming way. We need to understand where this model training code will come, right? We need to understand where this evaluate model code training will come, because somewhere we'll be writing, right? Inside this source, we have created this utils file. Let me talk about this util files. Here, I'll probably create my evaluation method, technique, all the functions will be over here, right? In the model trainer, I will probably try to create all my training code that I've basically created over here. Finding the best model, I may write it in utils.py. Train test plate, I may write it in my utils.py. This kind of technique, I may write it somewhere, right? In data ingestion, I will be responsible in doing the train test plate. I did the train test plate over here. So where this train test plate will come as soon as you ingest the data. So we will try to put this particular code over there. It's just like mapping properly which code needs to come where. But it is not like, see, if I'm saying train test plate, that basically means I will be directly writing train test plate over here. No, nothing like that. I will create a function, a generic function in utils.py that will do train test plate. And this function will probably get called in the data ingestion. So this way, this is how we will try to map the entire modular coding. And finally, trust me, you will be learning all these things. And this is all the mapping that I will be doing going forward. Right now, you will be able to see, okay, I've done everything in the EDA, right? So I hope you like this particular video. If you like it, guys, see, again, it's a request. Share it with many people as you can. This is important. If you share it, someone who's struggling to learn something, right? And they're not able to get some resources, please do make sure that you share them with them, right? It'll be very much important. Okay. So yes, this was it from my side. Just let me know in the comment section how's the tutorials going on. Now, before I go ahead and close this, I will be committing the code over here. So let me go ahead and write git add dot and warnings LF will be replaced by this. Let's see. So this is my notebook, cat info. Okay, cat info and all are there. Okay, data is also there. It's okay. So what I will do over here is that I will just say git status. So what all things I have. So all these files have been created, right? I will just push this, all the data set. Okay. So I will write git commit -m. And here we will be writing EDA and problem statement, right? So done. I will go ahead and execute it. Done. And finally, we will go and git push -u origin to main. Done. Git push. Okay, sorry. -u to origin to main. So now you'll be able to see that yes, everything is pushed now. You'll be able to see in my GitHub repository, all this particular code will be there. GitHub repository is already in the description. So yes, in this video, we have discussed about our problem statement. We have discussed about EDM. We have probably also trained the model. Now going forward, we will be working completely on the modular coding part. So yes, this was it from my side. I hope you like this particular video. I'll see you all in the next video. Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye. Have a great day. Hello guys. So my name is Krish Naik and welcome to my YouTube channel. So guys, we will continue the project discussion with respect to end-to-end project implementation. In our previous part, we have seen like what is the problem statement with respect to the student performance. We are going to solve this one. And I'd also shown you about the EDA and model training part also. So model training also we had actually completed. Now see, all these things, right? Usually when you are starting data science, right, most of the time you will be working in Jupyter Notebook itself, right? But we need to probably convert this into model coding, convert that into a CI/CD pipeline, so that once it goes into the production, right, it should be continuously running, right, whenever we want. Now for this, in this video, we're going to basically start data ingestion, and this is where we are now going to start, focusing more on understanding how things will get implemented. Okay. So over here, you know that in the components, right, we had first of all created this data ingestion.py. Now this particular data ingestion will play a very important role. And for this to understand well, why it will play a very important role, because see, most of the time when you're working as a data scientist, right, for any problem statement that you really want to solve, you require data. Now in a team, when you're working in a team, when you're working in a bigger team, when you're working in a product-based companies, there you'll also be having a separate big data team. Okay. There specifically you'll be having a separate big data team. Now in that big data team, they will be making sure that they will be collecting data from different sources and probably storing it in some databases, storing it in Hadoop and storing it in different places itself, right? Probably it can be also stored in MongoDB. It can be stored in any kind of data source, in short, right? But you as a data scientist will first of all try to read the data set from that particular data source itself, right? Now, these data sources can be various kinds, right? So first, initially, we will just start with the local data source over here. Then I will show you that how from MongoDB also we can extract it. That we'll do in the upcoming videos. First, we'll complete writing this data ingestion part, and we'll try to improvise this data ingestion part, like what all best can be basically done. Okay. So let's go ahead and let's write this code. The main aim is basically to read the data set from some specific data source. That data source can probably be created from the big data team, or it can be created from the cloud team. They may be reading from the live stream data, and many more things, many more possibilities is there. Now, our aim is that we'll read that data, we'll split that data into train test, because that is the most important part, right? We need to split the data. And after that only data transformation will happen. See, after data ingestion, data transformation will happen. Right now it is completely empty. I'm not written any code over here. We will write the code line by line, and you can also practice along with me. So first of all, I will go ahead and import OS. Then I will go ahead and import sys. Okay. The reason why I'm importing this, because we will be using our custom exception. And then over here, I will write for exception, right? For exception, we need to import it from this source. Inside source, you have this exception, which we had actually created this. And we really need to call this custom exception, right? So for that, what I will say from source dot exception import custom exception, right? So this is what we are basically going to import. Along with this, we also require logging. So from src.logger, I'm going to import logging, right? So that we'll also be able to log in the data ingestion part. Okay. So today in this video, we're just going to discuss about this particular file itself. Okay. Perfect. This is done. Remove unused import, removed all used import. It's okay. Right now, we'll just keep this. Okay. Now, along with this, I will also be using pandas. So import pandas. There is a reason, because again, I need to work with data frame as PD. Okay. And then from sklearn model. Oops, what is coming up? As PD. Okay. I'm typing PD. This is okay. Import pandas as PD. And then after importing pandas, I will also be making sure that I will write from sklearn dot model selection. I'll be using this to import the train test split. Okay. Because I need to do the train test split. Now, along with this, I'm also going to use one more very important class, and this is probably in Python 3.9, I guess. So for here, I will say import data classes, from data classes, import data class. Okay. I will show you the use of this data class, because why I'm specifically using everything will make sense once we probably start. Okay. it'll be amazing once we work with this data classes. Okay, and this is also a very cool way of using things, you know, by creating. This is basically used to create class variables in short. Now let's go ahead. Okay, now see, in data ingestion, right, whenever we are performing the data ingestion component, there should be some inputs that may be probably required by this data ingestion component, right? The input can be like where I have to probably save the training path or train data, where I have to probably save the test data, where I have to probably save the raw data, right? So those kind of input will basically be creating in another class. And this class, I will try to mention it as data ingestion class. Okay. So data ingestion config. Now, the reason why I'm making this data ingestion config, and I will write over here as pass, because in my data ingestion component, any input that is required, right? Anything that I specifically require, I will probably give through this particular data ingestion config. So probably if you do data transformation also, you will probably go ahead and write data transformation config, because there also you will be requiring some kind of inputs, right? Output with respect to any data ingestion, that we will try to see. You know, the output can be anything. It can be a numpy array, it can be a file saved in some folder, it can be multiple things. Now, if I want to use this data ingestion config, now see this, I will probably use a decorator which is called as data class. Okay. So this decorator is quite amazing. Okay. Because inside a class, to define the class variable, you basically use init, right? But if you try to use this data class, right, you will be able to directly define your class variable. Okay. So here, if I'm probably defining my class variable, so here I require train underscore data underscore path. This will be a str type, that is string type. And here I will write os dot, I'm just giving some path. Okay. os dot join, os dot path dot join. Okay. And I will make sure that I will create an artifact folder so that I will be able to see my output, you know. So this will be the path initially which we are giving to our data ingestion component. And data ingestion component output will save all the files in this path. Like the train data, it will be saved in this part. Now the path will be basically, I will create an artifact folder. Okay. So all the outputs will basically be stored inside the artifact folder. And this will basically be my file name, that is train.csv. Okay. So this is with respect to training data path, right? So this is the input that I am giving. Later on, my data ingestion will save the training.csv file in this particular path. Then similarly, I will go ahead and copy over here and I will save this test underscore data underscore path. Okay, test underscore data underscore path. And this will also be test.csv. And one more path, one more file that I really want to save over here. And for that, I also require the initial path, that is raw data path. So initially how my raw data is, and I will try to save this in the form of raw.csv. Okay. Some naming convention I've basically used, or something I've used over here. So let's go ahead and write data.csv. Now understand why this data ingestion config is called. See, I can probably create another folder over here like config entity, and then I can probably define this class over there. But I'm defining it over here. For the starters, it will be easy to understand. Okay. So these are the inputs that I'm giving to my data ingestion data ingestion component. And now data ingestion component knows where to save the train path, test path, and data path because of this file path. Okay. So this is perfect. So I have first of all defined my data ingestion config. Now let's go ahead and start our class data ingestion. Okay. Now this time, since we just only don't define variables. See, if you are only defining variables, then you can probably use data class. But if you have some other functions inside the class, I would suggest you try to go ahead with init, that constructor part itself. So I will write def underscore init underscore, and here I will basically give my self parameter. Okay. And this is how classes are there. You can probably check my Python playlist if you want. Okay. So here I will write self.ingestion config. Okay. Self.ingestion underscore config. Okay, I will create this variable which is called as ingestion underscore config, and this ingestion underscore config will consist of these three values, because this is the input that I really need to initialize. So here I will write data ingestion config, and I will initialize this to this, right? So what will happen as soon as this will get executed, when I call this particular class, this three path will get saved inside this particular class variable. Okay. Basically inside this particular variable, you'll have this sub variable itself, right? Or sub object itself. Perfect. So this was the first step. Okay. Now the second thing is that I will try to create my own function, and I will write it as definition initiate data ingestion. Okay. So this will be my function, and here I'm going to give my self parameter. Now what this initiate data ingestion will do? See, if your data is stored in some databases, I will write my code over here to read from the database. Okay. So if you want to also write the code to read in the database, so what I can do is that I can probably create my MongoDB client or MySQL client in utils function in utils.py, and I can read it. Okay. But here, just to start with, and then I will try to simplify. I'll try to make it much more complex as we go ahead. Okay. But initially, let's go and just read the data set in a very easy way. So first of all, I will write logging.info, and I will say entered the data ingestion method or component. Okay. I will write like this. Okay. So here, this is my logging.info that I'm actually doing. Okay. Now let me go ahead and write my try block, because anytime my error will come, I will probably try to write in this way. So try pass, and I can write my except block also. Okay. Except block. Okay. And this will also be pass. For right now, I'm just writing pass. Okay. Now what will happen inside this try block? Now let's see this. Okay. First of all, let me just go ahead and read this data set. So read underscore CSV, and inside my CSV data set, I will give the path. Right now I'm reading it from the CSV. See, here only you can probably read it from MongoDB. You can read it from anywhere that you want. But just as a starter, because I really want to first of all talk about those people, like those people will face problem who does not know about MongoDB and all, right? So for initially we'll start with some basic, and then later on we'll convert this into MongoDB and all, right? So here I will go ahead and probably see this data. Okay. So over here you can see notebook slash data slash stud.csv, right? So I will give my path over here. So in order to get this path, just right click on this and copy in the copy relative path. So once you do that, you'll be able to get this. Okay. So this is my df. I'm reading the data set over here, and I'll be able to see over here. Okay. Now what I can do, I can basically write another log. Okay. So inside this, I will say logging.info. Please make sure that you keep on writing the logs, because it is important, because anywhere the exception happens, right, we'll be able to understand which line the exception is basically happening. Okay. So I will say exported or read the data set in the data set as data frame. Okay. I can basically write this as data frame. Okay. Now, perfect. This is basically with respect to logging.info. Okay. Now, the next thing is that I already know the path of training data. Like my path will be artifacts and train.csv. This artifacts is basically a folder. So let's go ahead and create all these folders with the help of training data, test data path, raw data path. Okay. So for that, what we will be using, we'll be using os.make directories. Okay. Now inside this, I will write self.ingestion config. So this will be self.ingestion config. So inside ingestion config, we have the parameter which is called as train data path, right? So this is my train data path, and I will also give one more important statement over here as so this is my train data path. Let me just say it is basically ingestion underscore config. Okay, I will save this. I'm just seeing that the spelling is wrong, right? So self.ingestion ingestion config. Okay. Now what I will do inside this make directories also, right? I have to combine the directory path name. So over here, I will write one more bracket. Just see this. Okay. I will write one more bracket, and here I will say os.path.dir name. Okay. So what I'm doing, I'm basically getting the directory name over here with respect to this specific path. And here I will give another parameter, which is like exist underscore OK is equal to true. So if it is already there, we'll keep that particular folder. We don't have to delete it and again create it. Okay. So this is what we are basically doing with respect to the os.makes directory. Now, and very important thing that I will try to do over here is that, first of all, with respect to the raw data path also, I can save it. Okay. So I also have that raw data path, and I can probably save it in that specific location. Okay. So what I will do, I will say df dot to underscore CSV. Okay. And here I will write self dot. See, I'm going line by line. I'm just making you understand in a very easy way. Okay. And trust me, initially this project, when it was developed, right, it was very complex. We broke it down completely so that you will be able to understand. I know there will be some people who will be saying, Krish, these all are very easy and all. Don't consider in that specific way. Okay. It will be tough. You'll be able to understand it. But once you are able to follow this, trust me, after that, any toughness in the project, you will be able to get it. Okay. So first of all, what I'll do, I will take this raw data path and probably I'll write index is equal to false and header is equal to true. And I'll save the data in that specific path. Okay. In this path, raw data path. So raw data path is basically saved with the help of this. Now the next thing what I'm going to do over here, I will write logging.info. And I'll make a message saying that, okay, train test split initiated. Okay, initiated. So train test split is very simple. So here what I will do, I will just write train underscore set, test underscore set. Okay, I'm creating train and test, and here I will specifically using train test split. And this here I'm going to give as my df, and my test size will be 0.2 and some random state with respect to, okay, so this will be my random underscore state is equal to 42. Okay, any random state you can probably give. Okay, once you get your training set and test set, now all I have to do is that again I will write train underscore set dot to underscore CSV, and now I will save this in the same artifact folder by using the same concept. Here I will just change the part from raw data part to train data path, right? So this is what we are going to do. And similarly for the test also, we can basically do the same thing. So I have done the splitting and I am actually saving it inside that artifact folder, right? So this will basically be my test underscore set. Okay. Yes, this will be my test dot underscore data path. Okay. See guys, I'm writing line by line code so that you'll be able to understand very much clearly. Okay. So fine. Here I will go ahead and write one more comment. Okay. Logging dot info. And let me just go ahead and write this logging dot info. And here you can basically just write it as ingestion of the data is completed. Okay. So usually in ingestion, these things basically happen. Now here you can probably change the code and probably read it from MongoDB, from MySQL, it is up to you. Okay. That also we'll try to see this in this example only. We'll create a MongoDB from Atlas. We'll store it over there and then we'll do it. Okay. That probably will do it in the upcoming video, but let's understand this. Okay. Because if you really want to learn something, right, learn from the basics, it will always be good. Okay. Now, finally, these all things are done. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to just return. I'm going to return 3 important things now. Now, here you'll be understanding what all things I'll be returning. First is I will write self.ingestion config. Okay. Dot train data path. Okay. Comma self dot ingestion underscore config dot test data path, because I will be requiring this information for my data transformation, right? So this 2 information, what I will do, I will just try to pass it so that my data transformation, which is my next step, will be able to just grab this information and take all these particular data points and start the process. And finally, now in the except, I will write it as exception as E. Okay. And this will basically be raise custom exception with E comma sys. So once I do this, automatically the exception will be raised. See how simple we have just written the data ingestion component. We have read the data set, okay, from somewhere. Okay, it can be anywhere. I'm saying just considering is somewhere. Okay, it can be from UI, it can be from it can be from clipboard, it can be from APIs, anywhere. Okay, so we are specifically reading the data set, and then we tried to convert this into the raw data path. We converted that into CSV file. We did train test split. Then we saved the train file. We saved the test file, and then whatever things we are returning, we are basically returning the training data part and test data part to my next step, which is basically my data transformation. Okay, so this was the entire class, guys. Now quickly I will do one thing, very simple. I will just initiate this and run this. Okay, if underscore name is equal to underscore main underscore. Okay, so over here what we can basically do is that I will just initiate this. Okay, so I will take data ingestion object. Okay, so obj is data ingestion. Okay, and let me write data ingestion, initiate data ingestion. Okay, so now once I execute this, right now no folder is there like artifact and all. See, no folder, artifact. Now artifact folder will get created once I execute this, and my logs also, you can see only 3 files is there. Now 4th file will also get created. Okay, so quickly let's go and open my terminal. Okay, I've just worked in today 1 file, right? So I am already in my environment, venv. If you're not there, please make sure that you be there in the environment, then only you'll be able to execute. Now what I'll write python src data ingestion underscore ingestion.py. So once I write this and execute it, can't open, no such file and directory. Why? Let's see, source components. Okay, it says it is inside source and components. Okay, so I will write components slash this. So once I execute this, see, logs is getting created. I will probably see whether the artifact will get created or not. Okay, this has got executed. Now here you go with respect to the artifact, right? So now this is your data.csv, your train.csv. So this is your train.csv, your test.csv, your data.csv. So all the files has got created. The artifact folder is also created. That's amazing. In the logs file, you can see one extra log file. And if you go and see this, enter the data ingestion method or component, read the data ingestion data set as data frame, train test split, initiated, ingestion of the data is completed. So all these things has basically happened with respect to line number code. Also, you can see the data ingestion part, right? Now you can be anyhow, you can basically be creative, and you can probably change only this line of code and convert it either by reading it from the API or either it reading from the database. I'd suggest always try to read it from some kind of data source like MongoDB and all. How to do it, how to add those things, I will again give you the code also as we go ahead. I will give you the example separately with respect to MongoDB, because I also need to show you how to set up MongoDB and all, and what all libraries will basically get required. But here you can see that I was able to do all these things, right? My artifact folder is ready, my data, train, test, my logs files are basically getting created. That's amazing. Okay, so perfect. This was it. Now what we are going to do over here in the git ignore, no, I will also add dot artifact. Okay, or artifacts, so that this not gets saved. Okay, perfect. So I have created the data ingestion. Now let's go ahead and add this to the GitHub so that you will be able to see the code. GitHub commit -m, and I'll give that a message like let's give the message, right, data ingestion, right? So data ingestion. Okay, so yeah, they're done. So over here created mode, I don't know why. So let's see git status. Okay, your branch is origin by main pushed, okay, by 1 commit. Perfect. So let me just see the git status. Okay, git status is done, right? So over here you'll be able to see that all the files has got added. We have created a mode for this, and here this is my data ingestion. Okay, one changes is there. Perfect. Now what I'll do, I will write git push -u origin to main. Okay, done. So here you'll be able to see everything is getting updated. Great. Okay, now quickly let me do one thing. Let me just go ahead and see my GitHub whether this is getting updated or not. I think it should get updated. If not, let's see in your repositories. So I'm just going to open it over here, ML project. Artifact is added. Okay, I had added it in the git ignore. I don't know why it came, but it's okay. We will add the artifact. If I probably see in the source components, data ingestion, perfect. The code is also available. So yes, try to refer this now. Now, one task that I really want to give it to you. So in the data transformation, try to do someone, okay, try to see how you're probably getting it or not. And let's see how many of you will be able to do the data transformation. The main aim of the data transformation is that take whatever inputs you're getting, whatever outputs you're getting it from here, and just try to probably read it over here, and then for category features try to apply some kind of transformation. For numerical feature, what kind of transformation you need to apply. I will try to write the code for this in the next video. Till then, I hope you were able to understand. Now this is where be creative and try to think what all data source you can basically read. Okay, all those things we will be discussing as we go ahead. So I hope you like this particular video. Share with all your friends, and yes, please do tag me in LinkedIn. I want to see your project. I want to see what additional thing you are basically doing. So please make sure that you share with entire people. Let people know about this. Yes, this was it from my side. I will see you on in the next video. Have a great day. Thank you, one all. Bye bye. Take care. Hello guys, my name is Krish Naik and welcome to my YouTube channel. So guys, we are going to continue the 7-day series for the end-to-end machine learning projects with CI/CD pipelines and deployment. Obviously, we'll be using MLOps as we go ahead. But here in this particular video, like we will be talking about data transformation. Already in our previous video, we had implemented data ingestion. Again, what was the main purpose of the data ingestion was that we probably read our data set from some kind of source, and then we did our train test split. So here was the entire code. We did our train test split and we saved this inside one artifact folder, right, with respect to all the data set. So this was with respect to data ingestion. Now if I probably go and see my train.csv and test.csv, I have all these particular data points. But one thing that you can probably observe over here is that, right, I have so many different kind of features like categorical features, numerical features and all. So with respect to categorical, numerical features, what kind of data transformation you need to do, and that is what we are going to discuss in this specific video, right? So here I have my data transformation. Now I'm going to write my entire code over here. The main purpose of the data transformation is basically to do feature engineering plus data cleaning. If I really want to change some of my data set, convert my categorical features into a numerical features, I can definitely do it from here. Now let's go ahead and let's write this code. Again guys, if you have not seen this particular playlist, the entire playlist link will be given in the description. All I want from you all side is that now less number of people are basically seeing it. So please make sure that you watch this entire series. It is quite important. You will learn any kind of projects once we do this implementation. It will become very easy for you. Okay. So let me go ahead and first of all, I will go and import sys. So first I will be requiring this, and then from data class is I am going to import data class. The reason why I'm doing this, I'll let you know. Okay. Along with this, I will also be requiring numpy as np. So see, I'm focusing on basically doing data transformation. That basically means any data set that I have, I will probably be using all the transformation technique. If there is a categorical feature, if there is a numerical feature, if I want to handle missing values, everything will be handled over here. So here I have import numpy as np. And then we go ahead with the next step that I'm going to import pandas as pd. So pandas as pd, pd, okay. So this is the problem, sometime when you start using too much of help from the VS Code itself, right? Then along with this, I'm going to import from sklearn.compose. I'm going to import column transformer. Now see why I'm importing this, because if you remember in my notebook file for the model training purpose, what all things we specifically did, right? If we go over here, we used caller transformer, you used one hot encoder, we used standard scaler. So all these things we are also going to use again in this data transformation technique one by one. So I'm going to import column transformer. This column transformer is basically used to create the pipeline, right? So first of all, I may be doing one hot encoding, I may be doing standard scaling. So if I really want to create in the form of pipeline, I can basically use this column transformer library. Okay, and then let's say if I have some missing values, so for that I will be using sklearn.imputer. Okay, so here you'll be able to see .impute. .impute, I will be importing something called a simple imputer. And again, different imputation techniques you can basically do. Again, the main thing is that I'm just trying to show you some ways. All the other ways you can definitely explore in that. Okay, then what I will do, I will also make sure that I implement the pipeline. So for that, I will be importing the pipeline also. Okay, so importing the pipeline, and finally from sklearn.preprocessing, since these two libraries will be super important. Okay, which libraries? That is import one hot encoder, and along with this we'll also be using standard scaler. Okay, standard scaler. Now just let me know why one hot encoder and standard scaler is used. Try to write in the description of this particular video. Now these are some of the libraries that I will be using in this specific file. Now coming to the next one, the first thing that I will be requiring is exception, right? So from exception, because I need to do the exception handling over here in data transformation also, right? So from source, from exception, I'm going to import my custom exception. Along with this, I'm also going to import my logger, source.logger. Okay, and I'm going to import my logging over here, and then yeah, I think this two will be fine. If there is anything more to be imported, I will probably go ahead and write the code later on. Okay, now as usual, in the data ingestion, right, we had also created a data ingestion config. Now this data ingestion config is just like providing all the input things that is required for this data ingestion component. Okay, now similarly for data transformation also, I will try to create that. So over here I will write class data transformation config. Okay, now this config, what it will give me, it will give me any path that I will probably be requiring, any inputs I may probably require for my data and transformation component itself, right? So here what I'm going to do, I will create my preprocessor. I will talk about this, why I'm creating this. So this will be my preprocessor object file path. Okay, so let's say that I want to probably create any models, right? And I want to probably save that into a pickle file. So for that, I require any one kind of path, right? So I will write os.path. Okay, I did not import os. So let me go ahead and import os. Okay, import os. I will be requiring this. Okay, perfect. Now here I will write os.path.join. And again, I will try to get my artifact folder. Okay, and let's say if I'm creating any pipeline pickle file, I will name that as preprocessor dot pickle file. Right now, see, I've just created preprocessor pickle file. You can also create model file, but this is just an example to show you in data transformation config what exactly you want. Okay, you basically just want to give the input to the data transformation component. Okay, and now here I will again use data class. I hope everybody knows the feature of data class. Please do let me know in the comment section why data class is basically required. Okay, already I told in my previous video, but this is just to check your knowledge, because in an interview they may ask you. Now let me go ahead and write my data transformation. Okay, now with respect to this data transformation class, now this is the config, or this is the input that I will probably be giving over here. Now first, obviously as usual, I will be writing def underscore init underscore, and this will be with self, and here I'll be initializing self dot. Okay, and I will write data transformation underscore config. All right, this will be initialized to what? This will be initialized to this particular class over here, right? So in short, what will happen inside this data transformation config, I will be having this particular variable. Okay, so that is the first parameter I will be probably requiring over here in the data transformation config. Okay, now what we will do is that we will write a new function inside this particular class, which is basically called as get transformer, data transformer object. Okay, so get data transformer underscore object. Okay, and here I'm going to use the self. Okay, So these are there. Over here, what I will be doing is that the reason I'm creating this function, okay, this is just to create all my pickle files, which will basically be responsible in converting your categorical features into numerical, or categorical into numerical if you want to probably perform standard scalar and all. Okay, so here I will write try, and this will basically be inside this try. Okay, so here I will go ahead and write try, and this will basically be pass, and again accept, and here also what we'll do, we'll just write it as pass. So I'm just going to write the code with respect to the try and catch block over here. Now, as usual, if I probably try to open the train.csv, you'll be able to see what are the numerical features and categorical features that I have, right? And obviously that I specifically performed in the EDA also, and I got the information about that, right? We understood that what all features were there. Again, I'm telling you guys, if you did not see the previous part, you really need to see it. Otherwise, you'll not be able to understand, okay? So over here, first of all, I will take all my numerical features. I have already made the distinction between the numerical features. So here will be my numerical features over here, okay? So this will basically be my numerical feature. In the numerical feature, I have write score and reading score, and probably in the categorical features, I have all the remaining features. So here, let me go and use this categorical features over here. So this is nothing but gender, race, ethnicity, parental level of education, lunch, and test preparation course. Now, what we will do is that we will do two important things. Okay, one is, first of all, create a pipeline. With respect to the pipeline, we also saw, guys, there are some missing values. Okay, so we need to handle those missing values. So for that, if I probably try to create my numerical pipeline, okay, and this numerical pipeline, I will initialize to pipeline. Okay, now see, this steps is super important. Okay, and this is the most important thing with respect to this. So here I will be writing two steps. Okay, the first step over here will be my imputer. Imputer basically means this will be responsible in handling my missing values. So imputer, and here I will be initializing my sample imputer, and the strategy, okay, will be used as median, because there are some outliers which we also saw in the EDA, right? So if in the EDA, we also saw in some of the numerical features, there were definitely a lot of outliers. So we are basically using median. Okay, so this is done with respect to the handling the missing values. Now after this, what we'll do, we'll also try to handle standard scalar. So for this, I will create another variable like scalar. Okay, so just a second. So this will basically be scalar, and inside this scalar, I will just try to initialize standard scalar. Now what exactly is happening over here? We have created a pipeline which is doing two important things. One is handling the missing values with this particular strategy like median, and the second one is basically doing the standard scaling. Okay, and this pipeline needs to run on the training data set. Okay, like fit_transform on the training data set, and we just do transform on the test data set. Now similarly, I will go and create my categorical pipeline, right? So this will be my categorical pipeline, and let's say if I get a numerical feature over here, in categorical pipeline, obviously what I will get, I will basically get all my categorical variables. So here I will just define it. So let's go ahead and probably define our categorical pipeline. Now inside this also, we need to handle multiple steps. Like let's say if there are missing values in categorical features, then how do we handle that? And for handling the categorical feature and converting into a numerical value, how should we basically handle that? You know, all those things we will probably try to do. So inside this, what we are going to do, again, this was a pipeline. So let's see why this pipeline is not coming. Pipeline. Okay, no worries. So here it is. Okay, this was the function over here. Okay, now fine. With respect to the pipeline, here I'm going to basically create my steps, and again my steps will basically be having multiple steps altogether. So here I will be writing steps. Okay, the first step, again, to handle the numerical feature, to handle the missing values. So here I will be creating imputer, and usually what we do, we basically use a simple imputer, and the strategy that we can probably use over here, strategy. Please make sure that you write the spelling well, otherwise strategy. Okay, strategy. Now this looks fine. Okay, strategy. Strategy, it will be nothing but it will be most_frequent. Okay, so that basically means I'm just going to replace all the missing values with the help of mode. Okay, Now this was with respect to the steps. The first step, I'm going to probably apply this in my pipeline. The second thing, obviously, I'm going to use my one hot encoder. And again, here you can also use target guided encoder or whatever encoder you do. Because in the EDA, we have seen that there are very less number of categories in every categorical variable. So here we are just going to use one hot encoder and we are going to initialize it. Okay. And then coming to the third one, if I probably talk about the third one over here, I also have to do the standard scaling. Okay. And I think if you don't do also, it is fine, but let's go ahead and do the standard scaling so that I show you many things. Okay. Over here. So done. This is all the techniques that we are going to perform in the categorical pipeline. Okay. The first thing first, what we are going to do over here is that we're going to apply the imputer pipeline, then one hot encoding, then scalar. Okay. So here missing values is getting handled for the categorical features. Then one hot encoding is basically handled for the one hot encoder. And then you are basically doing it as scaling. Now I will also go ahead and write my logging. Okay. So logging.info. And here I can go and basically write categorical columns encoding. Okay. Encoding completed. Right. So here I can write this logging info, and similarly I can copy this and I can say logging.info, and here also I will talk about the numerical columns, and here I will not say encoding, but at least standard scaling I will basically write. Okay, completed. Now here you can basically see both of these things we have basically done. Now all we need to do is that combine this numerical pipeline with this categorical pipeline together. So for that only we will be using column transformer. So for this we'll be using preprocessor. Preprocessor will be my variable, and here I'm going to use column transformer, and this column transformer will be having the combination of two things. Okay, one is the numerical pipeline. Okay, numerical pipeline, and the second one is something called as numerical pipeline comma numerical underscore columns. Okay, so here see what we are doing. This is what is the numerical pipeline that we are giving over here. Okay, and for what variables we are specifically doing this, we are doing it for the numerical columns. Okay, so inside this we first of all give our pipeline name, then what pipeline it is, and then our columns. Similarly over here the next step will basically be my categorical pipeline, right? So this will be like cat underscore pipelines. This will basically be my name, and here I'm going to basically give my categorical pipeline, and then this will basically be my categorical columns. So comma categorical columns. So yes, both of them have been given inside this column transformer. Again, understand what all things we did. We created a numerical pipeline which is doing two tasks, right? That is imputer and scalar. Okay, that is handling the missing values and performing standard scalar. Then we have categorical pipeline that is performing imputer, one hot encoding, and standard scaling. And then we did the logging.info. Then we finally created, I'll not write this over here right now. Let me just go and give simple columns, right? Like this. I will just go and give this logging statement, right? Just to display our categorical and numerical feature. And then here I'm creating a column transformer, which is the combination of numerical pipeline and categorical pipeline. Okay. So all these things is done. And finally, what we do after this, we come outside and we return the preprocessor. Okay. Now, once we return the preprocessor, that basically means we are returning this entire thing with respect to whatever things we have done over here. Now, in the except block, what I can do, again, it is very much simple. I will write exception as E, and I will try to raise my custom exception, right? And this we have done it multiple times. So I'll go ahead and write raise custom exception with E comma sys. Done. Perfect. So we have actually created the get data transformer object. The main aim of this particular definition of this particular function is to, I will also write the definition. This function is responsible for data transformation based on the different types of data. Okay. So perfect. I've done this, and this is very much good. We are going in a very good way. We are able to complete all these things and all. Okay. So finally, you can see get data transformer object. Now let's start our data transformation techniques. Okay. So this is where I will start my function. So this will be my another function, which is like definition initiate, I will just write it as initiate data transformation. That basically means I'm starting my data transformation inside this function. Okay. And here again, I will be using self, and then I will give my train underscore path. Okay. Train underscore path, and this will basically be my test underscore path. So training path and test path. And you know from where you are getting this, you are getting this from the data ingestion, right? And done. Over here, again, I will be writing try, pass. Then I will go ahead and write accept, pass. Okay. As usual. Okay. Now fun, this is good. Now let's go and read our training data set. So I'll write train underscore df is nothing but, since we have already imported pandas, so I will write pd dot read underscore csv with my training path. Okay. Then I can go ahead and write my test underscore df, which is basically pd dot read underscore csv. Okay. So this will basically be my test path. Now here I can basically write my logging.info, so that you'll be able to log all the details, the train and test, read train and test data. I will just write like read train and test data completed. Done. So initially we'll go ahead and read this. Now the next step, what we are going to basically do over here is that after this, I will write our logging.info, and I'll write that obtaining pre-processing object. Okay. So done. This is done. With respect to this, I will be reading all my preprocessor object. So for that, I will just write preprocessor. Now what is this preprocessor object? Whatever object I created on top, right? This one, this preprocessor, I'll try to call this. So this will be nothing but, here I will write self dot get transformer object, right? So here I will be getting this particular object over here. Perfect. Now I will go and create my target column just to make sure that my target column name. So this will be my target column name. My target column name is nothing but math underscore score. So if you see the data set over here, so this is my training data set. There is something called as math underscore score. So this data set will be my target column. Okay. Numerical column, you basically know what is my numerical column. This is nothing but writing underscore and reading underscore. So I will copy this same thing for my numerical column. So this will be my target. This will be my numerical columns. And now what I will be doing is that you can basically check out with respect to continuous values, numerical values. Again, categorical features also, you can make sure that you can basically write it in a way. Okay. Now this is fine. Perfect till here. Now what I'm going to do, I will say input underscore feature underscore train underscore df. Here I will write train underscore df dot drop. I'm just going to drop the columns. Which column that is? That is nothing but my target column name. Okay, from the input feature, and I will just write axis is equal to 1. Now similarly, we want to do the same thing for the test data set also. So I will just copy this entirely and paste it over here, right? And now this input underscore feature underscore test underscore df, I will write like this over here. This is for my test data set. I will remove this, and this will be my test underscore df, and similarly this will be my test underscore df, and this will also be my test. So I'm also going to get the target column with respect to this with test df, and over here my independent features with respect to this. Now I will go ahead and write one more logging.info after this, saying that applying the preprocessor object on training data frame and test data frame. But once I have my train and test data, all I will be doing, I will take this preprocessing object and I will do fit underscore transform over there, right? So I will go ahead and write preprocessor object dot, this will basically be fit underscore transform, right? So we will go ahead and write fit underscore transform on our training data set, right? So here I will be using input, okay, some error dot, okay, let me just see. Now obj, so this is what is my preprocessor object dot fit underscore transform Okay, I will call this function, and here I will specifically give my input feature train underscore df. Okay, so here, oops, just a second. So this will basically be my input df train underscore df. Okay, let's see. I'm getting some error. What is this specific error? No, now it is fixed. Okay, I don't know. Sometimes the syntax issues, it shows up like that, right? So this will basically become my input feature train underscore array. Okay, so I will save it in this particular variable. I have my pre-processing object. Pre-processing object is basically taken from here. Dot fit transform on this. Okay, now similarly with respect to my test data, what we are going to do, it's very much simple. For the test data, test array, I'm just going to do apply transform. Okay, now let me know what is the differences between fit underscore transform and transform. It's simple interview question for you all. Try to write down in the comment section. Okay, it is up to you. So go ahead and write down in the comment section and let me know. Okay, now what is the next step? I will just try to convert this into np.c underscore. Okay, so just let me know what is this c underscore. Okay, this will be an interview question again for you. I'm just trying to take this input array, take my target value, and just have written np.c. Okay, so this is super important. There is a reason why I'm doing this. Okay, and just let me know why we are doing this. Okay, so for the training data and for the test data also, I will try to do like this. So this will basically be my test underscore array, where I'm taking my test array and then probably converting my target also into an array and combining this. Okay, we are basically combining this in a way by using this np.c. Okay, you can let me know what exactly it is over here. Okay, so finally I will go ahead and write my logging.info. So I will go ahead and write my logging.info, saving pre-processed objects. This is fine. And now I will be returning this 3 variables. Okay, the returning that I'm going to return is basically my training array, test array, and data transformation config, whatever we have basically created, right? Our pickle file, right? Pre-processing object pickle file path. Okay, this is what we have basically used it. Okay, so this is good till here. So guys, one final thing that I'm going to do over here you could see that we have created this pre-processing object, right? And you know that this can be converted into a pickle file. It needs to be converted into a pickle file. So for this, we have not converted anywhere, but we have taken the path, right? The path is basically given somewhere over here in the data transformation config, right? Like pre-processor pickle. So what we'll do, we'll go ahead and save this. We'll save this pickle file in the same location. So over here to save it, I will just do it after this. So here I will just create a function which is called as save underscore object. Okay, and I will just give this file 2 parameters. One is file object or file path. Okay, these 2 variables I will give. I will write it as self dot data transformation config. So this will be the same thing, data transformation config. This entire thing I will be giving this. Okay, self dot data transformation config dot pre-processing object file. This will be my first parameter with respect to the file path. Okay, in short, I'm having that entire file path like artifacts pre-processing pickle, right? So this is what is the file path over here, right? Something like this. So this will be my first path and the first parameter, and the second parameter will basically be my object. Okay, so this will be pre-processing underscore obj. Okay, so this is my object that I really want to save it now, because this is the what I has the model with respect to all the transformation. Now where do we write this function save object? Now to make your work very much easier, I told you, right, we are going to basically use utils, right? So utils is one place inside the source, right? So if you probably just go and minimize this source, inside this source you have something called as utils, and I told you that utils will have all the common things that we are going to probably trying to import or use, right? The common functionalities which the entire project can use. So here also I will write import OS. Okay, and here I will go ahead and write import sys for my exception handling. Import numpy as np, import pandas as npd. Okay, so np import pandas as pd. Okay, oops, I hate this now. I'm going to stop this now. import pandas as PD. Okay. And if I want to probably do train test split, I can also write it over here. See, the train test split initially in data ingestion was written over here. Instead, I could have written over here and called that particular function over here itself, right? So it is up to you. Okay. If you want to make your code very much cleaner, then we will do this. Now, what I will do, I will just create this function called as save path. Okay. So, okay, I will also make sure that from src.exception, okay, import custom exception. Okay, now perfect. Now I have defined this save object function over here. This is taking the file path and obj. It will basically take the file path, or it will make a directory like this. If it already exists, it is going to do it. Then we are going to open the file path in the write byte mode, and we are going to do the dill.dump. Okay, so what is this dill? This is also another library which will actually help us to create the pickle file. Okay, right now dill is not there, so go ahead and import over here. So like dill. Okay, and I will just go into the terminal. Okay, and probably install pip install -r requirement.txt, just to make sure that dill is getting imported or installed. So yes, successfully installed dill. This is good. Now if I go and see import dill, this will be available. So this will be dill.dump. Dump. When we dump this will be saved in the specific file path. Okay, so in short, with the help of this code, what we are doing is that in the data transformation, we are saving this pickle name in the hard disk. Okay, now in order to use this, all I will be doing again, I'll just import from source, or I can basically import something like this. Let me just write. I think it is inside the source itself, right? So okay, no worries. From source.utils import import save underscore object. Perfect. Now this save underscore object, we can call it over here, and this is just used for saving the pickle file. Okay, good. We have done it almost. Data transformation and data. So in data transformation, we are handling the categorical values, numerical values. We are creating this entire pickle file, doing everything. Okay, now it's time we go into the data ingestion part. I had already written this code. Okay, now what I will do, I will also import from here, from sklearn, from source. I'm going to, from source dot data transformation. I think it is source, from source dot components dot data transformation. I'm going to import data transformation, and along with this, I will also import data transformation config. Okay, I'll import data transformation config just to check everything is working fine or not. Okay, and finally over here, when I do object.initiate data ingestion, then I will be returning two values. One is train data and test data. So here, let me go ahead and write train underscore data, comma, test underscore data. And this will what I will be basically getting. Now after this, all I will be doing is that I can create I can probably say in the data transformation, right? I can probably just call this data transformation, and with respect to data transformation, I can probably call this all the functions that I have. Okay, so here I will again go into my data ingestion, and let me go ahead and write data underscore transformation. This will be nothing but data transformation. Okay, once I initialize this, you'll be able to see that it will call this self.transformation function. Then what I'll do, I will just call this initiate data transformation. So here, if I write data underscore transformation dot initiate data transformation, done. Most of the execution will happen inside this data transformation. What we need to give, our train data and our test data. Okay, and that is what we need to give. I'm just trying to see whether it will be running or not. I'll get some errors. Let's see what all errors will be getting. Fine, we are good. Now let's execute this code. Okay, so what is happening? We have combined data ingestion, and then after that we have combined data transformation. Okay, oh, hope so it works. I've continuously written the code now. Now usually, see, when we are writing in the real world scenario, right, we will be facing some kind of issues. So here I will go ahead and write Python source data ingestion.py. Okay, I have to basically go ahead and write Python source components / data ingestion.py. So the execution has started. Let's see whether this will get executed perfectly or not. At the end of the day, I should be able to see some pickle file over here. So now if I go and see, okay, pickle file is not get created. Let me see why it has not got created. So refresh. Great. Execution has happened successfully. Now let's see. Something is there. Let's see the logs. Ingestion of the data is completed. Okay, fine. After the ingestion of the data is completed, let's see in the data transformation. So guys, what I see from the logs, I'm not able to see the error. The reason is that because I did not write this except block. So what I will do over here, I will say except exception as E, and here I will just raise my custom exception. Now I think we will at least be able to see the error, what error we are able to get. Okay, and here I'm going to give E comma sys. This is fine. Okay, now let me do one thing. Let me again execute this. Now I think you'll be able to see the error. See, the error is coming as occurred in this is 86. Init got an unexpected argument strategy. Okay, fine. I understood what is the problem. So in the data transformation, you'll be seeing that this spelling is wrong, I guess. Strategy. Okay, it should be something like strategy. Which line that was? So this line was 42. Line number 42. Okay, so here also the spelling was correct. Simple imputer. And here I just have to use strategy. Okay, now I think it will work. So it is necessary that you have this custom exception raised, right? So now if I go ahead and read it, everything will work fine, but still I'm getting an error. Line number 101, center cannot center sparse matrix with mean is equal to false. Instead docstring, C docstring. Okay, this is for 101 line. Let's see where it is. 101 line. Okay, no problem. I will go and see 101 line. See, this kind of errors you'll be getting over here. So guys, I got to know the error, what exactly it was. Here I had written train_df. This will basically be test_df. Okay, so just have a look onto those kind of errors. Now I think it will work fine. It looks good. I have all my saved processing objects. This is my artifact, and the preprocessor.pickle file is created finally. So yes, it is not that simple. Always you'll be getting the error. But the main thing is that how you are able to fix the error. That skill set you should definitely try to find out. Okay, so great. We have done all this modification. We have saved all the file. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to commit this code for you all so that you can use git add dot git commit -m. Okay, here I will just say data transformation is added. Data transformation done. Saved it, and then I can say git push -u origin to main. So once I do this, all my push will happen, and finally I'll be able to see in the GitHub link. The GitHub link will be given in the description of this particular video. So guys, this was it from my side. We did each and everything in an amazing way. We found out all the data transformation technique, everything as such. What all things we specifically did, we transformed our data set, we handled the categorical values, we handled the missing values. And here I've just shown you by writing line by line code so that you'll be able to understand. So yes, this was it from my side. I will see you all in the next video. Thank you. Hello guys, my name is Krish Naik and welcome to my YouTube channel. So we are going to continue the implementation with respect to the end-to-end machine learning project. In our previous video, we have seen about data transformation. Just remember guys, in the tutorial 5th, right, I had just missed a 3 minutes video. I missed it out because of the editing part, and that was just this 2 lines of code, probably, just 3 to 4 lines of code, and then I focused more on the saving object and all. So I had recorded this. So in short, what I'm doing over here is that I'm calling the pickled file that was stored over here, and we are doing fit transform on the training data set and transform on the test data set. Okay. Only that part got missed. I'm extremely sorry. But later on, after I complete this entire project series, I'll make one clean video. I'll combine everything and probably upload it. Okay. So you can probably watch that. Now let's go ahead. In a previous video, we have focused more on data transformation. In the data transformation, we saw all this, right? Simple imputer, how to handle the missing values, how to do standard scaling for categorical feature, how to handle the missing values, one hot encoder. So this all combination were made perfectly and we did it, right? And then finally in the artifact folder, we could see this pickle file that getting created, right? Now it's time. We have completed data ingestion. We have completed data transformation. Now let's work on the model trainer, and as usual, I will write the code from starting. And just before I go ahead, guys, see what happens is that whenever I start a series, I see people getting motivated just for first or second video. Trust me, if you're not watching the upcoming videos, then you'll not be able to understand end-to-end project. And there will be a lot of comments, Krish, please upload end-to-end project. But when I upload it, right, people hardly see it, right? Understand these all contents are super important to crack data science interviews. So my suggestion would be always make sure that you practice things. Okay. Now in this model trainer, what all things we are basically going to do. Okay. Here we are going to train different models. And after training, we will try to see what accuracy we are getting, what R score we are getting. Now see, whenever we are solving a linear regression, any regression or classification problem, one thing that probably comes to your mind that what algorithm I should apply. You should definitely try each and every algorithm, because you also don't know which algorithm will perform well. So tomorrow, if you go into the interview, someone asks you, which is your favorite algorithm? You should just say that I don't have any favorite algorithm. You ask me any questions, I'll be happy to answer that. Okay. Then they'll only say, select one algorithm and explain, right? So please always make sure that whenever you are training your model, try every models over there. Now quickly, what I will do, I am going to just import some of the important libraries as usual. So here are all the important libraries that I'm going to import. One is data class, OS and sys, obviously. And these all algorithms we are going to try. CAD boost regressor. We're going to try all the ensemble techniques like ADA boost, gradient boost, random forest. Along with that, we're also going to try linear regression. Then we are going to basically import the metrics R2 score, K nearest neighbor, decision tree, XGBoost, whatever you want. Okay. So for XGBoost, what I will do, I will just write in the regression. Okay, here I have already written XGBoost, so no worries. And I think I've also imported over here. Okay, now all these libraries has been imported. Now we are going to basically start the model training part. Okay, now for the model training part, and one more thing I will probably import. I will say from src.utils. Utils part also I need to import, because all the common function I'll write over there. So if I import over there, let's see the util function, what all things I've created. In the utils, I have created save object, right? So I'm going to probably import this save object. And if I want to create new, I will probably go ahead and create it. Okay. So these are the libraries that we are probably starting with. Now, as usual, the first thing is that for every component, we really need to create a config file for that also, right? So every time, if you probably see with respect to data ingestion or data transformation, you will be able to see that initially I will be defining this kind of transformation config, and there I will be giving some path like of the pickle file, whatever input is basically required. So here also I'm going to do the same thing. No, don't cancel this. I will probably go and do something over here. Here I will first of all create a data class. Okay, data class. And here I'm going to basically write class model trainer config, right? So this will basically give whatever input I require with respect to my model training. And here I'm going to create a variable which is called restraint model file path. So after probably creating my model, I will want to create that into a pickle file. So this will be my variable name, and here I will be writing os.path, and I will be joining over here with my artifacts folder, artifacts, and I will give my pickle file name as model.pickle. Okay, model.pickle. Okay, perfect. So this will be my model training config. Now the next thing that I'm actually going to do over here is that I will create another class, model trainer, which will be responsible for training my model. Okay, and inside this model trainer, first of all, I will define my init with self, and here the first thing that I will initialize is that I will say self dot model underscore trainer underscore config, and this config will get initialized to what? To my model trainer config, right? So model, I'll write it over here, model trainer config. Okay, so this will basically get initialized over here. So inside this variable, I will be able to get this particular path name. Okay, done. This is very much easy. We have done it. Now what I'm going to do quickly, I'll write another function which will say initiate my model training, right? So we need to probably start the model training. So here I will say initiate model trainer. Okay, here the things that I'm going to give is first of all my training array, okay, my test array, because this is the output of the data transformation, right? So I'm going to just write test array, and then I will write preprocessor underscore path. Okay, done. These all are there with respect to this particular definition. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically write try and catch block. So for this, let me go ahead and write try, and then pass, accept, and then again I will write pass, right? And here I'm going to basically write my entire code. So let me just go ahead and probably write this. So first of all, I will start with logging, I will try to write logging info. Have I imported logger? Yeah, from source.logger, I've imported the logging path. So here I will say splitting training and test input data, right? Test input data. Okay. So first step that I will be doing is that as soon as I get my train array and test array, which is coming from my data transformation. So if you probably go and see data transformation, what I'm returning the train and test array. And in this train and test array, the last feature that is added will be a target feature. So what I'm going to do over here, first of all, I'm just going to divide my training data set. So here I will say x train, comma, y train, comma, x test, comma y underscore test, and this variable I will be initializing to a tuple, and inside this tuple I will basically be having train underscore array with colon, comma, colon -1, right? So I'm just saying that take out the last column and feed everything or store everything in x train. Okay, and then from the train underscore array, I will be taking my all the rows column -1, right? So then I will probably have that last data as my y train value, right? And similarly over here I will be having test underscore array with respect to all the columns, comma, colon -1, okay, -1, and then finally test underscore array with respect to all the rows, comma, colon or -1 itself. Okay, so all these values are there with respect to my training and test data set. Perfect. So here we are good enough. Now what I'm going to do, after I probably convert my data into train and test, all I will be doing, I will just create a dictionary of models. Okay, so these are the models that I'm going to try out with: random forest regressor, decision tree, this, every model I'm going to try. Right now, I'm not performing hyperparameter tuning. I want to give you as an assignment for hyperparameter tuning. Just try it out. If you're not able to do it, just try it out and tag me in LinkedIn. Somewhere, just try to at least message in the LinkedIn for me and let me see your GitHub. And then if you also do that, I will give you a huge shout out in my next video itself. Okay, so definitely do that. Right now, I'm just taking a basic models, and from all these models, I'll basically try, and I will go ahead and see which model is performing well. Now let's go here, and the next thing that I'm going to basically do is that I will write model underscore report, okay, is equal to dictionary. I will create a dictionary and I will create a function which is called as evaluate underscore model, and inside this first variable I will give my x underscore train. The second variable that I will probably give is nothing but y underscore train, And finally, I will give my models data. So let me go ahead and write models is equal to whatever models I have created over here. Okay. I've given X train and Y train. So let me also try. Okay, what it will be evaluate model. Evaluate model will be a function that I will create in the utils. Okay. So this evaluate model, I will just try to copy paste for you all. Okay, if possible. Okay, here I will also give my, let's give this. Okay, so this will be my X train. This will be my Y underscore train. Then I also have my X underscore test, 4 variables, and finally I will also give my X underscore test and Y underscore test. So these 2 values have been created, right? X underscore test and Y underscore test. So 4 values. So why this is not accessed? Y underscore test, X underscore test. I'll write comma. Okay, fine. Let's see this. First of all, here I'm just going to write X underscore test variable, and I'll initialize to that, and this will basically be my Y underscore test. Perfect, is equal to this one. I hope everything will be working fine. And then finally I give my models is equal to models. Okay, I'll just press enter. Now this evaluate model, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create a function inside my utils.py. Okay, so I will go ahead and just copy it over here. So now let's go ahead and see. I don't require this. Okay, let me just show you what all things are there. So here I will write X underscore train, Y underscore train, X underscore test, Y underscore test, comma models. Okay, so this is there. I'm giving all this data. I get all my data. Now what we are going to do? We are just going to go through each and every models. We'll say list.model.values of I. So basically I'm getting each and every model. I'll do the fit on my X train and Y train, and then do the prediction on X train and do the prediction on X test. I will go ahead and probably compute the R2 score. R2 score is very much simple, guys. As you all know what R2 score is used for. So first of all, I will import that from sklearn.metrics import R2 score, right? So this R2 score will be used over here to find out the prediction. And then I will get the R2 score for the test model, and I'll keep on appending on side this particular report, that is my dictionary values, right, with some keys, and this will be my test model score, and this will return this particular report. So this evaluate model will basically be having my entire reports of the model. So for that I will go over here and import the evaluate models. Okay, done. So evaluate models is there. Now this will probably, here I'll just create evaluate models, and here is my entire model report, which I will be getting in the form of dictionary. Okay, now once this is done, just let me know what this specific code is. I've written the comment section also, don't worry. Now from this I will try to get the best model score from the dictionary. For that we are just going to sort this model report based on values. I'll get my best model score, and along with this, once I use this code, I will be getting my best model name, because the key is the model name, right? So whatever key is there, that will be the model name. So here you can basically see model report dot keys. First of all, this will get converted into list, and then I'm creating a nested list over here with respect to the report values, and whatever index is basically with respect to this best model score, I will get the best model name. Okay, so finally, if once I take this best model name, all I will be doing over here is that I have to pick up that particular name from here. Okay, so for that I will just write something like this: models of best model name. I will be getting the best model. Okay, now here I will just write one condition. I'll say if best underscore model or underscore score, okay, is less than 0.6. Okay, I've just put a threshold. If it is not better than at least 60%, then I can raise an exception, or I can raise a custom exception which says no best model found. Okay, no best model found. Okay, done. If I don't get any specific model, any best model less than 60, if all the model are less than 60, then I think we have to do something about it. Okay, Now I will go ahead and probably write one logging also over here. So I'm doing the copy paste now, guys, because now it's more about just logging and doing it, but understand the process. Okay, we tried out with all this particular model, give our xtrain, xtest, ytrain, ytest data, and then we also gave the entire models that we want to test. We got the entire report, we selected the best model, and here I'm saying that if the base model is the best model score is less than 0.6, then we are basically saying that no best model found. We are raising an exception over there. Okay, and finally let's go ahead and pre-processing underscore obj, and here I'm going to load this particular pickle file for the transformation, right? This preprocessor.pickle file, and we may probably use this particular file for doing the transformation or whatever things you basically require. And in this case, I think we don't require it also. If you don't want to load it, we can just keep that pickle file over there itself. Okay, but if you want to load it, you just try to load it for any purpose, for with respect to any new data that is basically coming. But here we will not do this. Okay, now the next thing that we are going to do over here is that I'm just going to save. I'm going to call this save object, and what we are going to do, we are going to save the model path. Okay, so here I will say file path is equal to self dot model trainer config dot trained model file path, and then I'm just going to give my object, which will basically be my best model, right? So this specific best model will be my pickle file that I really want to create. Okay, so this will basically get created as model.pickle file. So if I go and see in save object underscore this one obj object, so here it has my file path, it has the object, it is going to make the directory with respect to that particular file path, and it will just go ahead and dump it. Okay, so now I'm just dumping my best model with respect to this name model.pickle. Okay, so this will basically be the path, right? This model path is like artifact / model.pickle. Okay, now if you really want to see the predicted output for the test data, so I can also write predicted best model dot predict, and here I'm going to basically say x underscore test, capital X underscore text, and then this will basically be my R2 score. I can also call over here just to see that how much accuracy I have, y test and y predicted, and finally I will return the R2 score. I will return all my R2 score. Now in the except, I can go ahead and write exception as E, and I can raise my custom exception with E comma sys. Okay, done. I think we are very much good to go. I think everything will work fine. I am confident enough because now I have practiced a lot of things. See, coding is all about having fun, you know. So if you are able to do it, now in order to test it, I will first of all write from src dot components dot model trainer import model trainer config, and then we have to also import model trainer, right? So done. I will import both of this, and now let's try. So all this is there already. Data transformation, I get my initiate transformation with respect to data transformation, right? What is the return type of data transformation? Let's see. So I will be getting this 3 values, right? So let me just save this 2 values at least. Okay, train array and test array, because this is what I'm going to give it to the forward, right? So here what I'll say, train underscore array comma test underscore array, and last one I don't require also because I have already created the pickle file, right? So data transformation dot initiate config. Now I'll go to my next line, and first of all I will go and write data model trainer, right? So model trainer is equal to model trainer, right? Model trainer, I will initialize this, and then I can call model trainer dot, what is the function name? Come on, what is the function name? That is initiate model trainer. Okay, I hope so. This should be coming. Initiate model trainer, and here I will just give my data set, that is train underscore array test underscore array test underscore request underscore array. Done. I think it is fine. Model trainer dot initiate model trainer. So why this error is coming? Let's see. And preprocessor path. Okay, preprocessor path also I need to give. Where is this preprocessor path coming from? Preprocessor path basically means this. Okay, fine. I think I don't require the preprocessor path because I'm not using it anyway. So I can remove this. No worries. Okay. Done. I'm not using this. So model trainer, data ingestion, done. Now I will just go ahead and print this. Okay. So once I print this, this is basically going to give me my R2 score. Okay. Great, guys. I know whether you have understood or not, but I've tried my level best to teach. Okay. If you appreciate it, please do make sure that you comment down, write something very good. Okay. Now I will call this data ingestion. Let's see everything works fine. Otherwise I have to keep on searching what went wrong. So now I have executed, finger crossed, everything should work fine because the mapping of the code is perfect, right? So I should probably be getting the R2 score with respect to whatever data set we have. Okay, I got an error. I was anyhow expecting it. Evaluate models got an unexpected keyword argument x underscore test. So no worries. Evaluate model. So let's go and see evaluate model x underscore test. No worries. Done. Now I think it should work. I had written it in the small letter. Now let's see whether I get any error. Error. Perfect. See this? I got, man. Successful. So happy I'm able to get this output. So I'll again execute it and see all the logs are correct or not. So finally you can see R2 score I'm getting 87%. Great. The model.pickle file is created. If I go and see my logs, you can also see the logs. So all the logs are here. See, best found model on both interest testing, and I split this has happened. So perfect, guys. We have got our pickle file. We got our preprocessor pickle file. The entire artifacts folder is ready. The components is ready. Everything. Okay. Now from the next videos, I'll focus on showing you the deployment part. Again, I'll be using Dockers and all. Let's see how to with the help of Dockers and all, how we'll be doing the deployment and how what I can also do. You know, this model. No, I can push it into the AWS cloud also. So that part also we'll try to see, which we also say it as model pusher. Okay, so that model pusher can also be created. But again, at the end of the day, very good. We have completed model trainer. I completed data ingestion, but I think I have tried to give you the best thing that is possible. And again, this was all possible of making this particular project. Again, thanks to my teammates in iNeuron. They've given this amazing way of writing this code. I told them try to give much more simpler, you know, much more simpler, so that many people can actually understand and use it. So yes, this was it. Now the next thing that I can probably do is that just go ahead, git add dot. Let me do one thing. Okay, in the git ignore, no, I think in the previous git ignore, what did I add? So git ignore, there was artifacts dot artifacts. Artifact spelling is right? Okay, it was a folder. Okay, no worries. Now if I go ahead and do git add dot, then I will go and see git status. So all these files are been added. Git ignore is also there, but now you can see this artifacts model.pickle file is there. Okay, perfect. I wanted my artifact to go, right? I'll remove this. I don't want this to happen. Okay, so now I will write git add dot done. Then I'm going to basically clear it, clear the screen. Oops. And I'll say git commit -m data model trainer, right? Model trainer done. So I'm doing the git commit, and finally I'll get git push -u origin to main, right? One assignment that I told you, please try to perform some hyperparameter tuning. It is up to you, but I will definitely show you a technique of how to do it quickly. Okay, so done. I think the code is also updated. Let me open my GitHub and let me just show you. So here is my GitHub. On your repositories. Okay, ML project. Now, if I probably go and see my source, my components, model trainer code is ready. This is so good. Now, in a simple way, I did it. Try to write the code for the hyperparameter tuning. Suggest me, share it in the LinkedIn, at least message me and show me a GitHub after doing that. Okay. And I'll give you a big shout out. So yes, this was it from my side. I hope you like this particular video. If you like it, please do hit share, like, subscribe, do whatever you want, share it with everyone. And I'll see you all in the next video. Thank you. Bye-bye. Take care. Hello guys. So we are going to continue the discussion with respect to the end-to-end machine learning project implementation. In this video, we're going to understand about how we can perform hyperparameter tuning, considering different machine learning algorithms. So if you remember in our previous video, what we did is that we created this model trainer, right? Sorry, this is utils.py. Okay, we created this model trainer, and in the model trainer, we tried multiple algorithms, and then we selected the best model, and then we continued and saved the specific model. So if you probably seen the artifact, I have my model.pkl file. Now, there is some good announcement, amazing announcements for you all that I just gave you as an assignment yesterday about let's perform the hyperparameter tuning, right? So today I really want to give one person the shout out who has actually implemented this. His name is Ritesh Singh. Okay. So Ritesh Singh, he yesterday pinged me and he said that, Krish, as you had said, I had actually implemented the hyperparameter tuning, right? And he was able to give me the entire solution. So I just opened his GitHub link, and this was his GitHub link, right? And it's very simple, guys. See, in model trainer, right, you have all these training algorithms. Now, with respect to all these training algorithms, we will probably create this parameters, right? Now, see, he basically used all these parameters, and then he called evaluate model by giving this extra parameter over here, right? So if I probably go with respect to my solution, so here are all my machine learning algorithms. Now what I can do, I can initialize all my parameters. So I will probably implement it and show it to you. So here I will just copy his code. Okay. And yes, and again, entire credit goes to Ritesh Singh. So please do write a big claps for him in the comment section. So this is his LinkedIn ID. You can also follow him. Now what we can do is that, see, I'm just copying this over here. I'm pasting it over here with respect to this, right? So this becomes all my parameters, right? Now the best way is that instead of taking all these parameters and writing it over here, I can create an additional config file, YAML file, and then from that YAML file, I can read it. But as I always suggest, first learn it in the baddest way and try to improve it as we go ahead, right? So here are all the parameters we are going to try with decision tree. This is the criterion we are going to apply. Random forest, this number and estimators you can apply. You can probably apply all these things, right? Different parameters as you want. In gradient boosting, he has basically applied different parameters, linear regression, k nearest neighbor, everything he has provided over here. Now in this evaluate model, right, what we need to do is that provide additional one more parameters with respect to this. So here we can create a variable which is called as params, and this param will basically given this parameter only, the same params only. Okay, so I will just write and copy it, paste it over here, and this will be my additional parameter that will given. Now if I probably go to my evaluate model, so here I don't have that, so here I'm just going to write my param. Okay, the additional parameter that I'm probably getting. Okay, now as soon as I get it over here, now if you probably go and see his evaluate model code, so which is present in utils.py. Okay, so here you will be able to see what he has done. He has listed down all the params again. Okay, like how we listed down all the models. Okay, so here I'm just going to copy this line of code of getting all the params. Okay, so for inside the for loop only it is. So here I'll just go and paste it. Now I have my all the parameters over here. This will be params. Okay, and then what we do, I take this particular parameter and apply grid search CV, right? You can also apply randomized search CV as you want, right? So over here, I will just go ahead and write grid search CV. So no need to write this code now. You don't need to write model.fit. So I'll comment it down. Okay. And grid search CV, obviously we have to import one more library, which is called as sklearn.model selection. So I will import this, paste it over here. Okay. Paste it over here. and then we are using grid search CV. Then we did fit. After we did fit, all these parameters is not required. See, in cross validation, I will give 3 just to start with 3 cross validation, and whatever are the default parameter with respect to all the other things, we'll try to provide that. Okay, so this is what we have done with grid search CV, and then after performing grid search CV, we just need to set this parameter. Okay, whatever model I'm basically getting, and then I will just try to do fit. Okay. So after selecting the best parameter, I will just go ahead and write this one and use all the best parameters that is required. And then we'll do model fit, and then all the process will be same. See, just implemented more additional number of code of lines. Now we are properly good. Simple things, right? See, at the end of the day, if you know this much, you just need to keep on adding things. So here we have added the parameters. Here we have added the evaluate models with additional parameter that we am trying to give. Then whatever best model I'll be getting, all the steps will be same, and I'll get my best model score. Again, a huge shout out to Ritesh Singh for giving this particular solution. I was expecting someone or the other one. Couple of people gave, but Ritesh Singh was having the best implemented solution. Now all I will do, I'll open my terminal. First of all, save this file. Okay, I'll open my terminal. Now inside this terminal, what I will do, I will just close this. All I have to do, and please make sure that you are always in your VE&V environment. Okay. So guys, now finally we are going to run our code with respect to all the hyperparameter tuning setup. Okay. And again, I've done that setup in the data ingestion. If you remember all those things, if you have not seen my previous video, definitely watch the previous video. And now I'm just going to write Python. And I'll just try to run this src components this, and finally data ingestion.py. So my execution will probably start, and this is going to take some amount of time. Okay, just for the execution. If you have a powerful laptop, trust me, it will happen fast. But since we are performing so many different kind of hyperparameter tuning, this will take time. It may take a couple of minutes, because if I probably see in the model trainer, this all trainings, right, is going to happen. So guys, so finally I executed this data ingestion file, and it took a couple of minutes to execute because we are performing hyperparameter tuning. The R squared that we are probably able to get is somewhere around 87%. Okay. And if you probably check out the logs and all, so here I'll just reload the logs. So inside this logs, you'll be able to see all the steps that I had actually taken. Okay. Split data, this, save pre-processing object, splitting, best model found on the training and data set. So finally, everything is working fine. Now what I'm actually going to quickly do is that just make sure that I'll try to add it up, and so that I will be able to give to you the git commit, right? So I'll write git commit -m, and here I'm just going to write hyperparameter training. Okay. So hyperparameter training is done. And here I'm just going to execute it. Done. Great. And finally, I'll just write git push -u origin to main. Okay. So yes, finally all the git commit is basically happened over here. And now you'll be able to see this. Okay. But a good huge shout out for Ritesh Singh, who has done this implementation. Now you'll be able to find out the GitHub solutions over there, right? So yes, this was it from my side. I hope you like this particular video. I hope you like this particular implementation. This was about hyperparameter tuning. Now, as we go ahead, we will try to implement the main thing, that is the prediction pipeline, right? So in the next video, this predict pipeline and train pipeline will try to complete it. So yes, this was it from my side. I will see you in the next video. Thank you. Hello guys, my name is Krish Naik and welcome to my YouTube channel. So guys, we are going to continue the discussion with respect to end-to-end machine learning project implementation. And in this video, we will be discussing about creating the prediction pipeline, right? So in our previous video, in our previous sections, what we have done is that we have trained our model, and with respect to that, artifacts are created. We have our 2 pickle file. One is this model.pickle, preprocessor.pickle. We completed the model trainer part. We did hyperparameter tuning. We got the best model. And then finally, now we need to implement the prediction pipeline. Now understand why this prediction pipeline is important. Because this is the most important part, right? Now, I will try to create a web application, right? A simple web application which will be interacting with this kind of pickle files, with respect to any input data that we give. Okay, so let's say in our web application, we will be having a form where we will be giving all our input data that is required for predicting the student performance. And then we'll just click on submit. Internally in the backend, we'll capture that data, and that data needs to probably interact with this preprocessor.pickle, model.pickle, and then we will try to see that whether we are able to get the prediction or not. So all these things is basically going to happen in this particular session. We are going to focus on the prediction pipeline. Okay, so to begin with, what we are basically going to do is that first of all, I will go ahead and create our app.py. Okay, so and in this we will be using specifically, if I consider, we will basically be using a Flask app itself, right? We'll be considering using Flask. So first of all, I will go ahead and create my app.py file. Now, as soon as we create this app.py, remember the folder structure, what all things we did. Now this we will be making sure that we will again follow the pipeline structure, the modular programming structure, and then we'll try to develop it. Now in the app.py, the first thing I'm going to import pickle, because I may be requiring to load the load the data set itself. Over here also fine, if I don't want to do it, I can actually do it in the prediction pipeline also. But along with this, I will just go and import Flask. So I'll write from Flask import Flask, and then along with this I will be also using request, so that any post request I'll be able to capture through it. And along with this, I will also be importing render template. Now apart from that, I'm going to import numpy as np. Now see guys, all these things that we have learned, right? So easy it is, step by step, if you actually follow things, right? Otherwise you will not be able to follow it. Trust me, because project is not just done in one day. It takes time, right? So finally I have my pandas also. Okay, again that same problem is coming. Okay, so I will just write pd. Okay, import pandas as pd, and then I will go ahead and write from sklearn. Okay, I don't need to import sklearn also over here. So what I will do is that I will just say, okay, from sklearn, I will do pre-processing, and I'll import the standard scalar. The reason why I'm doing it, because I will try to use that particular pickle file. Okay, so I will go ahead and write standard scalar. If you remember guys, all these things, all these libraries needs to be written in the requirement.txt. So that is the reason I'm easily being able to import each and everything over here. Okay, now what we will going to do is that along with this, I also have to use this training pipeline. Now understand one very important thing. Inside this source right now, we have a file inside pipeline which is called as predict pipeline and training pipeline, right? So with respect to the predict pipeline, I'm going to probably see how we can do the prediction also, right? So first of all, the prediction part, I really need to create it. And then later on, we'll see that whether in this video it can be accommodated. Otherwise, I'll create a next video where we'll focus on creating a training pipeline. So in this pipeline, we'll focus on creating the prediction pipeline. Initially, I told you we'll be creating the prediction pipeline. No. So let's focus on creating the prediction pipeline. Okay. So what I'm going to do, we'll go and start with app.py. Now here I have basically imported each and everything. Now I will go and create my app, and I'll just say, let me just go ahead and create this application name. Okay, so let's just write application. Okay, application is equal to, and I have to probably create a Flask app. So this will be my Flask app, and here I will write __ name. So here the Flask __ name will basically give us the entry point where we need to execute it. Let me just go ahead and probably create this particular variable and assign it to app. Okay, because later on we need to create the route and all. So first of all, we will just create a route for a home page. Okay, quickly. And here I will say app.route. And what we are going to basically do, just create a bracket just like a home page. And here I'm going to define my index. So if you don't know about Flask, you can definitely refer my playlist. I've explained everything related to Flask. There's a separate playlist over there in my YouTube channel. Just search for it. And then from here, I'm just going to do the return render template to index.html. Okay, so done. This is my index. Now the next thing that I'm actually going to do, let's test this whether this is working fine, and I hope it will be working fine. But before that, when we use this render index.html, it will just go and search for the template folder, and right now we don't have this template folder, so I will just go ahead and create my template folder. So it should be templates. Okay, please make sure that the naming convention is correct over here, otherwise you will be getting an error. And finally I had my index.html. Now in index.html I will just give some welcome to the home page, something like this. Okay, to the home page. Guys, understand I'm not that interested in probably creating the UI part and all. Okay, that was the work of the front-end engineer. But just to make it very much simple, I'm just writing all these things. Okay, so let's see this. Okay, perfect. Now this is done. I have my index.html. Now I'll go back to my app.py. Now the next thing that I'm going to write, I'll write app.route, and inside this we are going to make some prediction. So here I will write predict data. Okay, and the methods that is going to support is basically my get, comma, post, right? So two method it is basically going to support as we usually write, and here I'm just going to write my predict definition as predict data point. Okay, so guys, remember the prerequisite is that you really need to know Flask about this. Now inside this predict underscore data point, I will be doing everything, probably getting my data and then probably doing the prediction, everything over here. Okay, so first of all I will write if my request, okay, if my request dot method is equal to, which method it may be basically post, right? So here I have to use double equal to, or if it is get, then what we need to do, if it is get, so if it is basically get, I will probably just do one very simple thing, that is return a render template, and I will return a default home page. Okay, so I'll say home.html, not index.html. Index.html is the home by default, and this will basically be my home.template, right? Home.html. Now what will be there in this home.html? The simple input data fields that we really need to provide to our model to do the prediction. Okay, so that will basically be there in this home.html. In the else part, I will basically say, otherwise instead of get, if it is not get, then it will be post, right? So here I will just say, right now I will just write pass. Okay, because I'm going to probably write this entire thing over here, because in the post part, right, I have to probably capture the data, I have to do the standard scaling or feature scaling, and then I have to do the prediction. Okay, so to begin with, what I'm going to do inside my template folder, right, I'll create another file which will be like home.html. right? Now inside this home.html, I have already created one simple home.html. Okay, I'll just copy this entire HTML. That basically means it is just telling you to probably talk about all the fields that you have, right? So whatever fields we are selecting, like whatever inputs features that you have done, right? In drop down, I've just written that particular code in the HTML. Okay, not that very difficult. Just by seeing the output, you'll be able to understand it. For right now, this home.html is simple HTML file which has all the data available over here. Okay, now two things that you need to do over here. One is the form action. Inside this form action, you'll just write URL underscore for, and you will call the same data point, so same function that is present over here. See, predict underscore data point. So you'll be calling that same function over here, and the method will be post. So that is how when we do the post from that particular page, the request will come over here and we'll be able to understand whether it is a get or a post. Okay. Now for the get, it is fine. Okay, again I'm telling you guys, this home.html is just a simple page, HTML page with all the fields. Okay, I don't have to worry about it because at the end of the day, this will be designed by the front end team. Okay, so just for practice sake, I'm giving you this. This is nothing but it is just having some fields. You can consider in that way. Now in the app.py, what we are going to do in the else section, suppose if it is a post request, now here we will start creating our data. Now for creating a data, I will first of all create my own custom class. Okay, custom data. Now this is where your inside the source folder, right, we created a pipeline, and inside this predict pipeline was there, right? So that same function, that same class will actually be created over here. Okay, let me just show you how it will look like. Okay, so here in this predict pipeline, initially I will just import sys for my exception handling. Okay, and then I will write import pandas as PD, import pandas as PD. Okay, then I'm going to probably go ahead and write from src dot exception. Okay, exception import custom exception. Okay, so all import, I'm importing the custom exception. This is good. Now from the next thing, I will just say from source.utils src.utils, I'm also going to import one function which is called as load object, just to load our pickle file. Okay, so all these things I have imported it over here. Now the first class that I'm going to create for my prediction pipeline is like predict pipeline. Okay, this will basically be the name. The initial thing over here will be my init function. Right now in init function, I don't want to initialize anything. Okay, so here I will just write self, and this will basically be pass. Okay, now by default empty constructor. Now the next thing that we are probably going to do over here is that this will basically be for my prediction pipeline. Now here I will create my class, which is my custom data. Now understand what is the importance of this custom data class. The custom data class will be responsible in mapping all the inputs that we are giving in the HTML to the backend with this particular values. Okay, so here that is the reason I'm using this custom data. And here initially I will just write dev underscore init underscore. Now you know that what all features we are specifically going to use. So I'm just going to write all the features that will be used over here, right? So I'm going to say gender I require as my input feature, race, ethnicity, parental level, lunch, test preparation, reading score, writing score. So this reading score and writing score should also be an integer value. Okay, so this should also be an integer value. Okay, if I probably talk about this test preparation, it should be string. So let me go ahead and write string. And this lunch should also be string. Parental level, it's okay if you don't want to provide these values also, it is fine. Okay, but just for our sake, just to understand, we are giving all these things. Okay, so here I will just write comma. Now this definition int, I'm just writing it over here. Now all I'll be doing, creating a variable by using self. Okay, so here I will just press enter, and this will basically be my self. Okay, now what I'm doing over here, self.gender, self.race ethnicity. I'm just assigning all these values. Once we assign this, right, what will happen is that these values are basically coming from my web application, right? So if you go and see in my home.html, see over here I have used gender, right? Same name will be getting mapped over there. Whatever value we select either male or female, that particular value will go ahead in that specific variable, right? Similarly, all the other things are available over here. Whatever group I'm selecting, these all values will be going over here. Okay, now this was with respect to let me close this predict pipeline. So all these things we have basically done. Now let me create one important function. Initially we have initialized this. Over here I will write definition get underscore data underscore as underscore frame. Okay, so what I'm doing is that as underscore data underscore frame. So I'm creating a function. Now what this function will do is that it will just return all my input in the form of a data frame, because we trained our model in the form of a data frame, right? So what I will do over here is that I will create a variable with try catch, and I'll create a dictionary, right? Something like this. Now see, now in this dictionary I have gender is equal to self.gender. Then I have race ethnicity, which is nothing but self.ethnicity, parental level of education, self.this, self.that, and then we are returning the pd.data frame as my data frame, right? So this, in short, what is basically going to happen is that from my website, right, from my web application, whatever inputs I'm probably giving, that same inputs will get assigned, will get mapped with this particular value. Okay, all these things I could have also done in app.py, but since we are now learning completely end-to-end project in the modular way, so that is the reason we are using this specific predict underscore pipeline. Okay, so this particular method is basically done. We are very much good to go now. Now, along with this, inside this predict pipeline, right, I will create one more function which is called as predict. Okay, so this predict will basically load my, so here I'm going to give my features, whatever features it is there. This predict is just like my model prediction pipe, what it is basically doing the prediction, right? So let's go ahead, and what I will be doing is that first of all, you know that how many pickle files I have, right? One is the preprocessor pickle file and one is the model.pickle file. So here I'm going to basically give my model path. So here will be my model path, and here I will write artifacts / model.pickle. Okay. And along with this, I will just write preprocessor. Now this preprocessor is responsible in handling the categorical features, for doing the feature scaling, everything, right? So here I will just say preprocessor underscore path is equal to artifacts / preprocessor dot pickle, right? So here I have all these things, and then I will just load the model, saying that model load underscore object. And right now I've not created this function. We'll create this function. See, load underscore object, and I'll just give my file path, and I'll say that file underscore path, okay, with the model underscore path. Now what we are doing over here is that we are basically calling this load object function. Now this load object is nothing but it will just import the pickle, and probably it will just load the pickle file in short. Okay, so there, where you know where this should be created, right? It should basically be created where? So if I go inside my source, it should be created in the utils, right? So I have my component, I have my pipeline. Here is my utils.py, right? So I already have this utils.py. So quickly I will just go ahead and copy and paste it. So for doing that, I will just import. It's just a 3-liner function, guys. So here it is. So what this load object is basically doing, I think there is some indentation issue. No worries. Let me just copy it once again so that the indentation issue is not there. We'll start it from here and done, right? So here I have created my own definition of this load underscore object. What this is doing, it is just opening that file path in read byte mode, and it is loading the pickle file by using this DIL. So that is the reason we had imported this DIL. Okay, so that is what it is doing. So this load object is responsible in loading the pickle file. So that is the reason we have written in utils.py. The reason we have written in utils.py, so that this is a common functionality throughout the entire project. So now if I probably go into my predicts.py pipeline, so the model path has been loaded over here, and we will also be able to probably load the preprocessor path also. So here I will again copy the entire code, the same code over here, and paste it with respect to this, and this will basically be my preprocessor. I can basically write preprocessor. Okay, preprocessor load object file model path will be preprocessor path. Okay, done. Now once we load this, now you know what we need to do first. We need to scale the data. So I will write data is data underscore scaled is nothing but I will say preprocessor dot transform, right? And it will basically transform what? It will transform our features, right? So done. This is done. And after transforming the features, the next thing is that my model will just do the prediction. So I will write model dot predict my data underscore scaled, right? So this will basically be my prediction, PREDS. Okay, and then we just need to return this prediction. Okay, so step by step we have done this. Along with this, you know, I can probably include a try catch block. So quickly I will do that also. So I'll say try, so that if any exception is basically coming, we have to be really curious. We have to be really afraid of the exceptions, right? If exceptions are not coming, then something is wrong. Okay, so here is the thing, and then here I will go ahead and write my except exception as E, and then I'm going to basically raise our custom exception, and here I'm going to write E comma sys. Done. So exception, I've raised it. I've created a predict function. I have created the mapping variables mapping function, probably to get into the form of a data frame. Everything is done. Home.html, app.py. Now in app.py, what I will do is that again, here only I will be calling the custom data. Now custom data, if I really want to call, first of all, I need to import from src dot whether it is in the pipeline or components. So I will write pipeline dot inside the pipeline, it is basically predict predict pipeline, import. Okay, so here we are basically going to import the custom data. Okay, the another thing that we need to import over here is predict pipeline. Okay, so two things we need to import. So first of all, I'll try to make my custom data. Now in that, the custom data is very simple, guys. The same thing that we have probably done, right? We will try to just read this all the values, right? So here what I'm doing, I'm reading all the gender by using request.form.get. See, when we do the post, this request will have the entire information, right? So here we'll write request.form.get or gender, then I'll get the gender information, then I'll get the ethnicity, then I'll get the parental level, then I'll get the lunch, then test preparation course, then probably I'll get the writing score and reading score. So all these data points we will be getting over here. Okay, after we get the data points, now what we can basically do is that my prediction data point df is nothing but I will basically write data dot get data as data frame. So I need to probably convert this entire data set into a data frame, and this function is basically present in my predict underscore data underscore pipeline. So here only what we are basically calling this. So this will basically return my entire data frame. So I got my data frame over here. The next thing over here is that you can also print and see how your prediction data frame looks like. And then what I'm going to do, I'm basically going to initialize my predict underscore pipeline. I will go and create my predict underscore pipeline, and here I will define my predict pipeline, right? So I will initialize my predict pipeline, and this will then call dot. First of all, I will just go ahead and hit my predict function. Now, once I call my predict function, here I will give my data frame. Now, as soon as I call the predict function, it will go to this function, right? It will go to which function? It will basically go to this function. And here, first of all, the transformation will happen, then the prediction will be happen, and I'll be getting all the predictions over here, right? So I'll go back to my app.py, and here this will basically be my results. Okay. So let's go ahead and return render underscore template, and here will be my home.html. I have to just return the output, right? So this will be results is equal to the results of 0, right? Because this will basically be in the list format, right? All the values will be returned over here. This is done. We are good to go with respect to this app.py. Now the next thing over here is that we need to read this value over here in my home.html. So here you will be seeing I've created an h2 tag and I've written the prediction is this result value, right? So I will just go and copy and paste it. Okay. So I have finally got this results value over here. So the prediction will be, output will be given over here, right? So yes, almost completed. Finally, I will just run this app.py, and in order to run it, I will just use this. Done. If underscore name is equal to underscore name, I will just use app.run of host address, this one. This is basically just going to map it with 127.0.1, okay, with debug is equal to true. Done. So let's run this. I think this is my prediction pipeline created, guys. I know, right? So many things we did. We have an HTML page, everything and all. So now it's time that we run this and see our 1 week of effort was successful or not. So I will just minimize this. I will open my terminal. Okay. So by default, my terminal, let's see, it should be inside my V and V environment. So let me just clear my screen. CLS. Okay. And now I will go ahead and write Python app.py. So when this thing is getting executed, you will be able to see this. Now I will just go and probably create a HTML. Just let's call this. Okay. So I will write 127.0.1, and by default the port is 5000. So if I execute this with the home page, now everything is working fine. It is showing welcome to the home page. Now let's do one thing over here is that quickly, just a second. So finally you'll be able to see, let's call this function /predict data. Okay. So for calling the /predict data, I will go over here. I will write /predict data. Now see how it looks like, right? So this is what I have not done any decoration, but the main thing is that I need to give this field. Okay. So gender, I'll get male, group A, bachelor degree, free, reduced, whatever, none. Score, I will give something. Okay. Let's see, some score I will be giving. Okay. Oops. Some score I will be giving. Completed. And then I will do the prediction. So once I predict it, now you can see the prediction is 65.625. So the math score that it is being able to predict is somewhere around 65.625, right? Isn't it good? We have done it, right? So congratulations, guys. And see over here, your data frame is also getting printed, right? So this was more about the prediction pipeline. Now there is some very good news for you all. I will be covering every different types of pipeline with respect to deployment and all, right? So here we have created the predict_pipeline, that is prediction pipeline. How to predict with respect to the data points whenever we give a new data points from a web app, how to do it. One additional thing you can also do is that you can also use Postman, right? So using Postman also you can do it. Just let's see how many of you can do this Postman work. You can probably create an API. Yes, I can also do this with Postman, give my post request in the form of one JSON format and probably do the prediction. Okay. So yes, this was it. The next thing that I want you all from is that try to complete this training pipeline, right? So yes, this was it, guys. I hope you like this particular video. Before I close the session, I will just quickly do one thing. Okay. I will just try to commit all the code. So I will write git commit, git add dot. Okay. So I'll say git commit -m, and here I will just write prediction pipeline. So done. All the things is done over here, right? This looks good. Okay. So I will write git push -u origin to main. So the push is done and we are up. This was it from my side. I hope you like this particular video. If you like it, please do make sure that you subscribe my channel, subscribe my Hindi channel also, and share with all your friends. I will see you all in the next video. Thank you. Take care. Have a great day. Hello guys, my name is Krish Naik and welcome to my YouTube channel. So guys, finally we have developed our end-to-end project. Now what we are going to do is that we're going to deploy our project. Unless and until we don't deploy it, trust me, in the interviews, right, when you talk about the project, when you talk about CI/CD pipelines, when you talk about what are code pipelines, what all deployment techniques you have specifically used. So what I'm actually going to do is that going forward, we will be discussing about different deployment techniques. In this video, we are going to see how we can probably deploy our entire application into AWS Beanstalk, Elastic Beanstalk. And over there also, I'll be using some code pipelines also. And again, first we'll go with the easiest one and then we'll probably catch up the most difficult one, you know. And I'm also going to make sure that I use multiple cloud platforms so that you get extensive knowledge regarding this, okay? And yes, if you're happy with this particular series, please make sure that you subscribe the channel, share with all the friends, share these videos with all the friends. Trust me, guys, these are something very important that can actually help you crack interviews, right? So let me go ahead and let me just see over here, first of all, what all configuration changes we really need to make. So already we have discussed about creating our prediction pipeline. Everything is working fine. We have deployed the code. Now here, if I probably talk about two important configuration we need to set up whenever we are working with Elastic Beanstalk, you know, which is a kind of instance that will be provided to you where you can probably deploy your entire application. So that extension is that .eb extension. So I have created this over here. And inside this, I have created one Python config file. The Python config file is mainly to tell to the Elastic Beanstalk instance saying that what is the entry point of your application, right? That is the most important thing, that what is the entry point of your application. Now over here, by default, when I was searching in the Elastic Beanstalk documentation page, they had given this kind of configuration for there, right? So it was option setting, AWS, Elastic Beanstalk, container that we are going to use is Python. This is specifically for container as Python. If you are using Dockers for that, there is a different process. Right now, we are not into Docker. Dockers we'll discuss as we go ahead, right? Now here, and this is the most easiest technique of deployment, right? So over here, you have WSGI path with application. Now this application should be your app.py name, okay? the entry point of the file, and inside this, that is the reason I updated the code to application, right? And it is compulsory that inside this python.config you give in this format only, that is application:application. But the problem over here is that I don't have an application.py file, right? So what I will do, the same application.py code, I will copy it and I will create a file over here just for my deployment purpose, which is application.py, right? And I will paste it over here, same thing, okay? So this is what we are doing, and I'll also be removing this debug is equal to true, because while we are deploying, we have to always make sure that we remove that. Now, these are just the two settings that is probably required to do the deployment, okay? Now, how do you go ahead? So first of all, we'll go ahead and git commit this entire code. So let me quickly see this and write git commit dot, okay? So two things have been added. One is .eb extension and whatever file is present inside that, and one is application.py. So after this, what I will write git commit, okay, -m, and this will be deployment configuration that we are basically writing, okay? So deployment configuration, okay? So here it is. So your branch is up to date, committing is done. Git commit file, untracked files. Okay, first of all, did I add it or not? Git commit. Okay, so let me just clear the screen. I think I have used git commit dot, so I'll add git add dot, okay? And now if I probably see my git status, so these are the new files that are basically getting added. Now we will go ahead and do the git commit. So here I will write git commit -m, and this will basically be my deployment configuration, right? So this is the deployment configuration for AWS. Done. So this is done. Now the next thing that what I'm going to do, clear the screen, okay? CLS, clear the screen. And one final thing that I really want to do about is that I'll try to push this code -u from origin to main. So once I push this code, you'll be seeing that my entire code will go over here. If I probably try to see my repositories, okay, and this is the ML project repositories. Now you'll be able to see this extension file has got created. Okay, now this is just the requirement, and inside this I think Python config has also been created. So yes, it has been completed. Now the next step, what we'll do, we'll try to deploy this. Now please make sure that you follow this step by step. Now first of all, you need to have an AWS Amazon account, AWS console account, so that and obviously for this credit card is required. The first thing that you will be doing is that just go ahead and search for Elastic Beanstalk, okay? So here you can see Elastic Beanstalk. It is nothing but it is run and manage web apps. So inside this, I will just go and click on applications, and these are the application that has been created. What I will do is that I will go ahead and create the application over here. So I will just go back and I'll create the application. Now let me just give you one example what exactly we are going to do, okay, with respect to the deployment. And I hope nobody has actually taught you with respect to writing also on the deployment part, okay? So with respect to this deployment, you know, as I said, we will be using Elastic Beanstalk. Now this is my Elastic Beanstalk, okay? Elastic Beanstalk. Now what exactly this is just like a server or a cloud environment of some instance, right? Instance basically means this can be a Linux machine, right? And this will specifically be a Linux machine. Now here you can probably create an environment, you can deploy your code, okay? And this is basically present in the AWS, okay? The next thing that is there is basically your GitHub repository, right? Now my code is basically there in the GitHub repository, right? The only thing that is this Elastic Beanstalk requires is the configuration that is there, right? So configuration, you have actually set it up with that extension file and you have created that python.config file, right? So this too has been created over here. Now with respect to the deployment part, over here you already have the GitHub repository. In the GitHub repository, you have the code, right? And this configuration has already been made over here in the GitHub repository. Now, if I want to do the deployment, see over here requirement.txt, everything will be there. If I want to probably do the deployment from here to here, right? I have to definitely create something, right? My code should be able to go with respect to this, any changes whenever in GitHub repository it is happening, right? So this specific thing we basically talk about, we in order to create this pipeline, right, we can use an amazing thing which is present in AWS itself, which is called as code pipeline. Now, what this code pipeline is going to do is that whatever code is over here, it is going to basically commit or deploy it automatically as soon as you click a button inside this Elastic Beanstalk, which is just like a Linux machine, right? So in the GitHub repository, you have the code. Whenever there is any code changes, automatically one button will get created. Do you want to deploy this code? So once you probably click it, you will probably deploy the code in the AWS Beanstalk, Elastic Beanstalk, and then that deployment will get completed. So this pipeline that you see is basically, it's a kind of a pipeline. And this pipeline, we say it as continuous delivery pipeline. Okay, continuous delivery pipeline, right? Now, this is the pipeline that we are also going to create it over here. So two things. First step, we will go ahead and create my Elastic Beanstalk instance, which can be a Linux machine. Here we'll also create an environment, right? And do the setup. Next thing that we are going to do is that we are going to basically create our code pipeline. Now, through this code pipeline, we'll integrate with our GitHub repository, and then we will continue this deployment over here into the Elastic Beanstalk. So this is the process that we are basically going to follow. Now over here, first of all, we'll go ahead and create the application. Application name can be anything. I can basically write student performance, right? Student performance. Done. Oops. I'll just write student performance. So this is the application name that I'm going to create. Over here, by default, you'll be getting a platform. Don't put any values in key value pair. So in the platform, I will go ahead and select Python, and here by default Python 3.8 is basically there, and then obviously I've actually developed my entire application in Python 3.8. Okay. Now here you have two options. One is sample application and one is upload your code. In upload your code, you can probably upload a zip file from your local, or if there is a S3 bucket, you can probably put it. Okay. But right now I'll just go ahead with sample application because I need to integrate with my GitHub repository that is present over here, right? So I will go ahead and create the application now. As soon as I create the application, it will automatically create one environment also. See, creating an environment by default, environment is basically getting created, and it will probably take some time. Okay. So till this setup is done, see, now we have done this particular part, right? It is a Linux machine we got, and this particular machine is getting set up, and environment will also get created. Now we have to go and focus on creating a code pipeline and integrating with the GitHub repository. So for that, I will just open AWS again. Okay. And here I have to just search for something called as code pipeline. Now code pipeline is nothing but release software using continuous delivery. As I said, it is for continuous delivery. I'm still not focusing on continuous integration. That CI/CD pipeline we say, right? We are just right now focusing on CD pipelines. Later on, we'll go and see different techniques with respect to how to create a CI pipelines. The CD pipelines will automatically create a CI pipeline also. Okay. So I will go ahead and click on code pipelines. So code pipelines, once it opens, it looks something like this. Okay. And I will go and probably create a pipeline. Okay. Create a new pipeline. Now let me go ahead and probably write the pipeline name. So the pipeline name over here, I can basically give student performance. Okay. Same thing. And then over here you have advanced settings. Don't do anything for the advanced settings. Just go ahead and click new. Here you have a source provider. Now, as I said, we want to integrate code pipeline with GitHub repository. Instead of this GitHub, some companies may be using GitLab. They may be using some other repositories like TFS and all, right? So here we need to integrate with that, right? It can be Amazon S3 also. But here I'm going to just write GitHub version 1. Okay. Now it will ask me to connect to the GitHub. So my local GitHub, whatever it is, I'll allow it to authorize. So I'll just go ahead and confirm it. Okay. And this is confirmed. Now after this, I will go and select my repository. Now what is my repository name over here? If you see ML project, right? So I will go ahead and write ML project. So this is just to connect with my GitHub, right? And branch will be main. Now this GitHub webhooks will be already there. We don't have to change this to code pipeline. Later on, I'll also show you how we can do with AWS code pipeline. But here by default, AWS code pipeline is only going on. Okay. Next, we click on next over here. There is something called as build provider. Let's say you want to build your project before for creating artifacts and all, right? So for doing that, any steps, if you want to do that, you can probably use build provider. But over here, here you have two options. One is code build and Jenkins. Right now, I'm going to skip this stage. Later on, we'll also try to keep this. Okay. So here it says that your pipeline will not include a build stage. It's fine. Skip it. Now the deploy provider is super important. Now what is this deploy provider? Where I want to deploy from my code pipelines, right? I want to deploy from my code pipelines to AWS Beanstalk, right? Now this is the step, right? I'm basically doing the configuration. Now this code pipeline needs to deploy in the Elastic Beanstalk, right? So that is the reason we have selected this. What is the application name? Here we have created student performance. What is the environment with respect to that student performance environment? And the next, we'll just go and see whether this environment has got created or not. You need to wait till this entire environment is basically created. Okay. Now, in just to understand in the Elastic Beanstalk, if you probably see in the application, your student performance is ready. And that is the reason now we can go ahead and deploy it. So once I click on next, now this is your entire pipeline setting. This diagram that I had drawn, right? It is basically talking about that same thing. Okay, over here. You have your pipeline settings, you have your action provider. Action provider basically means where is your source, right? Adding the source. This is the pipeline setting with respect to all the default information about your Elastic Beanstalk. Then not Elastic Beanstalk, your pipeline name and all. And then finally here we have skipped this build action. But finally we are going to deploy this in AWS Beanstalk. That is what we are able to see. Now as soon as I click on create pipeline, this will probably take some time to get created. And once the pipeline is basically getting created, right? Now you'll be able to see that step by step, everything. As I said, my GitHub will get connected to code pipeline. So that is where this is getting connected now. My code pipeline and GitHub will get connected. And then we'll try to deploy that in the AWS Beanstalk. So that is what this diagram actually says, right? You can probably see this diagram, right? And this is a very important diagram altogether. Now it shows that the deployment has failed. Let me go ahead and check what is the problem with the deployment. Okay. So guys, we were getting some error, but now I've fixed that, again, I saw the documentation page and all. That app.py file was there, right? I have deleted that file, and just by deleting that file, right, AWS cloud, they were actually able to deploy this, okay, in the Beanstalk. And I think the main reason is that, see, in the configuration, right, we have written application.py, but if they see app.py, probably they find some release problem. So please make sure that you delete the app.py and instead just keep application.py, which has the same code. Okay. Now you can see the deployment is done. I will just go to probably the link. So just click on this particular link, and here you go to the environment, and this is the URL that you will be able to see. So once I click this URL, now you are in the home page. You can see that my home page is running. And finally, I can just write predict data to just see that how everything is working. So guys, finally we have deployed our application into the AWS cloud, that is an Elastic Beanstalk. Again, you can probably do the prediction, you can probably use it. This is just one way of doing the deployment. Still, there are a lot of ways, because we also need to discuss about the CI pipeline. We have completed about CD pipeline, right? The code pipeline itself. Now, probably if you go and see in my GitHub, right, this entire build, what is basically happening, everything you'll be able to see it. Okay. So if I probably go and see in the repositories, right? If I go into the ML project, the same repository that I have given you. Okay. So here are all my files. Okay. And pull request is also there. You can see, okay, this pull request is fine. Issues is fine. Action, if I see with respect to action, okay, nothing has happened over here, because since we have not again created the CI pipeline, we have just created the CD pipeline based on this configuration. Now, as soon as we create a CI pipeline, what will happen? You'll be able to see everything in this actions itself, right? As soon as I push it, and we'll be able to do the deployment. Now, let's say that I just make one simple changes, right? Let's say in this requirement.txt, I will just go ahead and add one simple library. The library can be, or I'm just adding one extra space, right? And I'm committing it. Okay. Now, automatically, as soon as I commit it, now you see over here, it will ask for the release change. Now, see, again, that update, it is being able to understand, right, the source with respect to the GitHub. Now, if I go ahead and do the release change, the deployment will automatically happen. And over here, from the source, then again, the deployment will happen with respect to all the new code that is happened. Now, obviously, I have not added so huge changes over. I have just added one extra blank. So with respect to that changes only, I'm deploying it. Again, now it is in the deployment phase and it'll get automatically deployed. So I hope you understood how to do the deployment with respect to AWS Beanstalk. So yes, this was it. I will see you all in the next video where we'll mostly discuss about CI/CD pipelines and all, right? So yes, this was about the end-to-end project. I hope you like this particular. Please make sure that you subscribe to the channel, share with all the friends. I'll see you all in the next video. Thank you. Take care. Have a great day.